This conference will now be recorded.
So the codes what we are going to learn here is full stack Java. So this codes I've divided into some contents like initially we go with core Java, even we call Java SC standard edition. Then we go with web technologies, advanced Java, even we say Java EE enterprise edition. Then we go with very important one, frameworks, and we'll be seeing some real-time tools during our course. And finally we go with the project here. Now coming to this core Java, this Java SE stands for Java Standard Edition. Java SE stands for what? Java Standard Edition. And the main use is used to develop standalone or desktop applications. Used to develop standalone or desktop applications. So can anyone take examples of standalone applications? Examples of standalone?
We don't have any idea, sir.
No idea. So this is we have already used those applications like Notepad, Paint, MS Office like Word, Excel, Calculator. All these are standalone. Means once we install, we need not connect to other system to run that application. Got it? Right? So such type of applications only we call standalone or desktop applications. Right? To develop these standalone applications, we go for this core Java. And the contents what we are going application, developing a Java application at command prompt. So since in my case I'm having Windows operating system, I'll be showing it command prompt, and even I'll be guiding you how to work with Linux or Mac. Then the next one we'll be learning about how to download and install Eclipse IDE. In our course, we are going to make use of Eclipse IDE to develop Java applications. And this Eclipse IDE will remain same for any operating system. Whatever the operating system it may be, it will be same. Then we'll be developing a Java application in Eclipse IDE. So this completes our introduction part of Java. We'll be having an idea what is Java, what is the purpose of Java, and how to develop Java applications practically. Then we'll be entering into the Java basics part. So the people who are not having any background of programming can understand over here Java basics, where we'll be learning about the meaning of keywords, variables, operators, then if statement, switch statement, then while loop, do while loop, for loop, like this. So this is the place where we go with more of programming, and this is the place where we increase our programming and logical skills. And once I start with the basics, I'll be giving the assignments to you that we need to do it and submit it back to us. The next one, arrays. So anyone having idea on arrays? So the main use of going for arrays is collection of elements. Whenever you want to collect some data, we go for arrays. Then the next and very important one, Java OOP, means object oriented programming. So this is the main thing for Java. If you are good with this Java object oriented programming, you can easily manage the remaining topics of Java. This is the base for our Java. Here we'll be learning about the meaning of classes, objects, then constructors, static keyword, packages, inheritance, polymorphism, final keyword, inner classes, access modifiers, encapsulation, abstract classes, interfaces like this. So this is very, very important one. This will take totally 5 to 6 classes for us. Okay. The next one, we go with LAN package. LAN package, where we discuss some of the predefined classes like object class, string class, string buffer class, string builder class, math class, wrapper classes. It is a very simple topic. Next, and one more very, very important one, exception handling. The meaning of exception is like a runtime error. Once we write the program, we have to run our application to see the result of our application. So during runtime, that situation only we call runtime. So during that time, due to some abnormal situations, we get some errors. Those errors we call runtime errors, and even we call exceptions. If you get an exception, the program or the application will get terminated. So to avoid that abnormal termination only, we go with exception. One more, multi-threading. So can anyone take examples of multitasking? Examples of multitasking. So whatever the question I'm asking, it's related to your daily routine work only. That examples only I'm asking. So the meaning of multitasking is like opening multiple applications in your operating system. Like in my case, I've opened browser, notepad, GoToMeeting like this. So you are listening to the sounds and typing some document in Microsoft Word. So working with multiple applications, that is multitasking. Then what is a thread is like? The example of thread is like when you take Gmail as a task, Gmail is a task. In that Gmail, how many compose windows can we open?
At a new tabs as well.
Yeah, multiple, right? When you open Gmail, in Gmail, how many compose windows we can open? Multiple, right? We can open multiple. Every compose window what you open in Gmail, it's a thread here. It's a thread. Threads are part of one task. And when I'm attaching, can we attach only one file or can we attach multiple files at a time? In Gmail, I'm asking about Gmail.
Multiple files, sir.
Multiple, right? We can attach multiple. So when one attachment is going on, I can even attach one more like that. We can, when attachments are going on, I need not wait for one thing to get complete. We can even attach multiple files. And when attachment is going on, I can even type the subject and body of the message also, because attachments are also threads here. The advantage of going for multi-threading is to increase performance of applications. Okay. One more good example of threads are like our GoToMeeting only. In this GoToMeeting, it's a task. I can show my screen to you. It's a thread. I can speak with you. It's a thread. I can record the class. It's a thread. So simultaneously doing multiple things in one task. That means the application supports multi-threading. Yeah. The next and one more important one, collections. So arrays are also used to collect the elements. Collections are also used to collect the elements. When we go for arrays, in order to collect elements, we have to mention the size, how many elements we want to collect. Like example, if you say 50, we can collect only maximum 50 elements. We cannot decrease or increase the size. But in collections, we can collect variable size, not at all fixed. How many elements we want to collect, we can collect. So in reality, we make use of collections more over arrays. Any project you take, we make use of collections in that. Okay. The next one, we go with the lambda expressions. Functional interfaces. Stream API. So I don't want to take more elaboration on this. It's difficult to understand for you at this stage. The next one, IO package. The meaning of IO is like input output. Whatever the programs we write, the data what we use during runtime, it is stored in RAM memory, and RAM is temporary. Then where we can store data permanently?
ROM, hard disk, sir.
Hard disk, right? We can store data permanently in hard disk, either in the form of data files or database tables. We are having two ways of storing data permanently, in the form of data files or database tables. This IO package is mainly to manage the data files. Okay. Next one, SQL concepts. Structured query language concepts using MySQL. In our course, we will be learning a database called as MySQL. Then we go with finally JDBC, Java Database Connectivity. Means from our Java program, we can connect to a database like MySQL. Very, very important topic. So with this, we complete our core part. The next one, web technologies. We'll be entering into the next category of our course, web technologies, or even you can say UI design, means user interface design, front-end design. So here we'll be learning the topics like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, TypeScript, XML, JSON, and Angular. So these are the web technologies what we are going to discuss in our course. Angular is very, very important. But before we go to Angular, these three are the prerequisites. These four are the prerequisites for us. The next one, Advanced Java or Java EE. Java EE stands for Java Enterprise Edition. Java EE stands for what? Java Enterprise Edition. And this is used to develop web applications. So the examples of web applications, what we see like Amazon, Gmail, Facebook, Make My Trip, Book My Show, all these are web applications. Then here we will be learning the contents like servlets and JSP. JSP stands for Java Server Pages. The next and very, very important part of our course is frameworks. So nowadays, any project we take related to Java, we make use of frameworks to develop the project. So compulsory, every Java developer should have an idea on frameworks. Here we are going to learn some of the important frameworks like Hibernate framework. Then we go with web services. This is not a framework. Then we go with the Spring framework. So why we do web services before Spring framework means in this Spring framework, we make use of web services concept. That's the reason we do web services first before we go to Spring framework. And in this Spring framework, it is divided into so many modules, but we discuss some of the modules in that, like the important modules what we use during project. They are Spring Core or Bean module, Spring DAO module, where we go with three submodules like Spring JDBC. This is DAO module is mainly for database connection, where we go with Spring JDBC, Spring ORM, where we integrate with Hibernate framework, Spring data module. Then we go with Spring MVC module. This is mainly to develop web applications. It's for web applications. Then Spring Boot module and Spring REST module. So these are the modules we discuss under Spring framework. Very, very important. So you should be good enough with Spring. Then 80% of your project you can manage with the Spring Framework only. Then, even we go with microservices. Microservices using Spring Boot. Then, next, during our course, we'll be discussing some of the real-time tools. Like we go with the JUnit tool, Maven, GitHub. Then we go with the Lombok, like this. Okay. Then finally, we'll be going with a project. Okay. I'll be suggesting you, I'll be guiding you how to go with a project. Then, the total duration of our course goes with the maximum 60 hours. Maximum 60 hours. Okay. It won't cross 60 hours. So we'll be completing within 60 hours only. And the time will be Monday to Friday. Monday to Friday at 7 p.m. IST. And the class will go for maximum 1 hour. So the classes will be Monday to Friday at 7 p.m. IST. The class will go for maximum 1 hour. Right? And the class is getting recorded. The recording, the document, whatever I'm typing, the diagrams, whatever I draw, the programs, whatever I'm going to write, everything will be shared to you after the class. So it's a regular process for us. Right? So that's about from my end. Let me stop recording.
This conference will now be recorded.
So let me introduce myself. My name is Rajashekhar and you can call me Raj. And I'll be taking care of this full stack Java training course. Coming to my experience, I'm having totally 15 plus years of real-time experience and more than 24 years of training experience. And I've even done trainings to major IT companies like TCS, Wipro, Varchasa, Delight. To list out, it goes more than 50 companies. So that's a background. The course what we are going to learn here is full stack Java. So I've divided this full stack Java into different categories. Like initially, we go with the core Java, even we call Java SC. Then we go with web technologies. Then advanced Java. Even we call Java EE, Enterprise Edition. Then very, very important one, frameworks. Then we'll be seeing some real-time tools during our course, which we use while developing projects. And we go with the project at the end. Now, coming to this core Java, Java SC. Java SC stands for Java Standard Edition. Java SC stands for what? Java Standard Edition. And the main use is used to develop standalone or desktop applications. Used to develop what? Standalone or desktop applications. So can anyone take examples of standalone applications?
Calculator, MS Office.
Right, calculator, MS Office, Paint, Notepad, all these are standalone applications. Once we install on our operating system, we need not connect to other system to run the application. They are independent. That's the reason the name has come standalone applications. And in this, we'll be going with the content like we go with the Java introduction, which I'm going to do in tomorrow's class. Then we discuss Java features. Then we'll be learning about how to download and install Java. How to download and install Java. And we are going to see 16 version. Okay. We'll be developing we'll be developing a Java application at command prompt. So in my case, I'm having Windows operating system. I'll be showing it command prompt, and even I'll be guiding you how to download and install on Mac operating system. Then we'll be learning about download and install Eclipse IDE. So in our course, I'm going to make use of Eclipse IDE. Hello, Sai Raghava.
Hello.
Yeah, hi Sai Raghava. I think you are from Srinivas, right? SP Soft.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Hello, Sanjay. Hello, Sanjay.
Hello.
Yeah, Sanjay. Sanjay.
Hi, Anne.
Right. So I'll discuss with the new people at the end. So we'll be learning about how to download and install Eclipse IDE. In our course, I'm going to make use of Eclipse IDE. Then we'll be learning developing a Java application in Eclipse IDE. We'll be learning how to develop a Java application in Eclipse IDE. Next, with this we complete the basic introduction part of Java. So where we'll be learning about how to develop, what is the need of Java and how to develop application set, command prompt and Eclipse IDE. Then we'll be entering into the next part, Java basics. So this is the place where we'll be learning about the fundamental part of programming. So anyone who is not having any programming background, they can able to understand from here very easily. Here we'll be learning about the meaning of keywords, variables, data types, operators, then if statement, switch statement, while loop, do while loop, for loop like this. So this is the place where we'll be learning more of programming. And starting from this basics, I'll be giving assignment to you, which you need to read and submit it back. Then the next one, and in this basics only, we'll be increasing our programming and logical skills. Then the next one, arrays. The next one, arrays. So can anyone say what is the use of arrays? What is an array? What is an array?
Maybe it's what you call another category of a variable where we can store multiple values in a single variable.
Multiple values. Whenever you want to collect some multiple values, we go for arrays topic. The next one, very, very important one, Java OOP. OOP stands for Object-Oriented Programming. This is very, very important for us. This is very, very important. And this is the base for our Java. This is the base for us. And if you are good with this object-oriented, then understanding other topics of Java will be very, very easy for us. It will be very, very easy. So in this object-oriented programming, we will be learning the meaning of objects, classes, then we'll go with the constructors, static keyword, packages, access modifiers, then we go with this one like inheritance, polymorphism, inner classes, abstract classes, interfaces, like this. So this is very, very important, and this will take something around 5 to 6 classes for us. That much important it is. The next and one more important one is very simple topic, land package. In this, we'll be learning some of the predefined classes like object class, string class, string buffer class, string builder class, math class, wrapper classes like this. A very, very simple topic. Then one more very, very important topic for us here is exception handling. The meaning of exception is like a runtime error. After writing the code, we have to run our program to see the result. So during runtime, that situation only we call runtime. So during runtime, due to some abnormal situations, we may get some errors. That only we call runtime errors or exceptions. And once we get exception, the remaining part of code will not get executed. The remaining part of code will not get executed. The application is going to terminate. So to avoid that abnormal termination only, we go for this exception handling. The next one, multithreading. So can anyone say what is multitasking?
To work more than one activity at the same time.
Yeah, can you go with examples?
Like what I say, like I've opened GoToMeeting now, and in parallel, if I open another application like Notepad or any other applications,
right, very good. Yeah, that's so opening multiple applications in our operating system. So in my case, I've opened browser, Notepad, GoToMeeting like this. You are listening to the songs and doing some other work like that. Then what is a thread? The meaning of thread is like it's a task under one process. Like if you take Gmail, the compose windows what you open in Gmail, we can open multiple. Every compose window is a thread. And when you are going with attachments, we can attach multiple files. And every attachment is a thread over here. Every attachment is a. Then when attachments are going on, we can even type the subject and body of the message. And the advantage of going for multi-threading is to increase performance. Then one more good example is our GoToMeeting only. So in this GoToMeeting, it's a task. I can show my screen. It's a thread. I can record the class. It's a thread. I can speak with you. It's a thread. Like this. One more very, very important topic, collections. So when you go for arrays, arrays are also used to collect the elements. Collections are also used to collect the elements. The drawback of arrays is like, so when you go for arrays, we have to mention the size, how many elements we want to collect. Like example, if you mention 50, we can collect maximum 50 elements only. We cannot decrease or we cannot increase. So that is a place where we go for collections when you want to collect unlimited collection of elements. Not at all fixed size here. Very, very important. And any project you take, we make use of collections in that. That much important it is. Okay. The next one, we go with the lambda expressions, functional interfaces, then stream API. So I don't want to elaborate more on this as something difficult to understand at this level. Then the next one, IO package. The meaning of IO is like input output. The main need of going for IO package is like whatever the programs we write during runtime, the data what we use, it is temporary data as it is stored in RAM memory. Where we can store data permanently? Where we can store data permanently? hard disk, right? And we can store data permanently in hard disk, either in the form of data files or database tables. So this IO package is mainly to manage the data files, to store permanent data. Okay. The next one, SQL concepts using MySQL. We will be learning MySQL database in our course. Then the final one, JDBC, Java Database Connectivity. Using this JDBC, we can connect to this MySQL database. Then, so with this, we complete our core Java. So this is very, very important, and this is the base for our remaining topics. If you are good with core Java, the remaining topics will be very, very easy for us. So I'm going to make a proper base at this level. The next one, at web technologies, even we call UI design or front-end design. So here we'll be learning the web technologies like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, TypeScript, XML, JSON, Angular. So these are the web technologies what we will be learning in our course. The next and important one, Advanced Java, Java EE. Java EE stands for Java Enterprise Edition. Java EE stands for what? Java Enterprise Edition. And the main use is used to develop web applications. It's mainly for web applications. The examples of web applications like Gmail, Amazon, Facebook, Flipkart, Make My Trip, Book My Show, all these are web applications. Then here we'll be learning the content like servlets and JSP. JSP stands for Java Server Pages. The next and one more very, very important one, frameworks. Nowadays, any project you take, we make use of frameworks in that. We make use of frameworks. And here we'll be learning two important frameworks. One is Hibernate framework. Then we go with Spring framework. Then, before we go to Spring framework, we'll be even learning web services. Web services is not a framework, but I'm going to use this web services concept in Spring. That's the reason we learned web services before. And in this Spring framework, we'll be learning some of the modules like Spring Core or Bean module, Spring DAO module, where DAO is mainly for database connection, data access object, where we go with three submodules like Spring JDBC, Spring ORM, where we integrate with Hibernate. Then we go with the Spring Data module. Then we go with next one more very, very important one, Spring MVC module. This is mainly to develop web applications. It's for web applications. Then we go with Spring REST module. Very, very important one. Then the next one, we even discuss microservices. Even we go with microservices using Spring Boot. Then, so during our course, we'll be learning some of the real-time tools like JUnit, Maven, GitHub. Then we go with this one like Lombok, like this. Okay. Then finally, we'll be going with a project where we go with the Spring Angular project. So we'll integrate both the things. The front-end part is taken by using Angular, and the backend is done by using Spring here. Okay. And the total duration of our course goes with maximum 60 hours, maximum. Okay. So it may decrease also, depends on how you take, but maximum within 60 hours only we will be completing. And the time is Monday to Friday. Monday to Friday at 7 p.m. IST. The classes will be Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. IST. And the class will go for maximum 1 hour. I never cross 1 hour. So I'll be completing within 1 hour only. Okay. And the class is getting recorded. That recording will be shared to you after the class. Okay. It's a regular and routine process every day. So that's the demo part for today.
This conference will now be recorded.
So the codes what we are going to learn here is full stack Java. Let me just brief for 2 minutes the contents what we are going to discuss in this full stack Java. So we initially go with core Java, then we go with web technologies, or even UI design, user interface design, where we'll be learning the topics like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, TypeScript, XML, JSON, Angular. Then we'll be moving to the next one, advanced Java. Even we say Java EE, Enterprise Edition. It's mainly used to develop web applications. And the contents what we learn here is servlets and JSP, Java Server Pages. Then the next and very, very important one, frameworks. Here we'll be learning 2 important frameworks like Hibernate framework. Then we go with the Spring framework. So before we go with Spring, we'll be learning about web services. This is not a framework. And we go with microservices. And in Spring framework, we'll be learning the modules like Spring Core or Bean module. Then we go with the Spring DAO module, where we go with the Spring JDBC, Spring ORM, Spring Data. Then we go with the Spring MVC module, mainly used to develop web applications, and Spring REST module. When in between, we'll be discussing some of the real-time tools, and we go with a project at the end. And the duration of our course goes maximum 60 hours. And the time of our class will be Monday to Friday at 7 p.m. IST. Monday to Friday at 7 p.m. IST. And the class will go for maximum 1 hour. The class will go for maximum 1 hour. And the class is getting recorded. That recording will be shared to you after the class. And whatever the GoToMeeting link you are having with you, that link you can use to join for this week and even for next week. I've mentioned the dates from which date you can join the link. And once the link is completed, I'll be taking care of sending the new link to you. I'll take care of that. Right? And the communication will happen only through mails. And attendance is mandated. Compulsory, you should attend all the classes. And due to some reasons, we always miss the class. So just you need to inform me before you're taking the leave. Just put a message to me like you are unable to attend the class so that you are with us. And continuously, if you take 3 days break to attend the classes without informing, we are going to stop sending the recordings to you. Right? And what are the recordings we are sending? Please download onto your local machine. Please download the recordings onto your local machine. Okay. So in regular intervals of time, I'll be deleting the recordings from the Google Drive. So request to download onto your local machine. If you miss out, don't worry. Just keep a mail to me once again. I'll be sending the recording to you. Okay. So before we proceed further, anyone having any queries, any questions? Right. So whatever the class I've done yesterday, the demo part, that recording also I'll be sharing to you. Okay, after the class today. Now, so let us start off with today's class. Before we enter into this Java or any other programming language, we should have some fundamental concepts of programming. So let us go with some programming concepts. Right. So let us start off with the term keyword. Before that, let us go with the term program. As we are going to write the programs, first of all, we should know what is the program. So the definition of program is like a program is a set of statements used to do a specific task. What makes a program? It is a set of statements used to do a specific task. The meaning of task is like finding area of a rectangle, finding total marks and average marks of a student, then calculating net salary of an employee, adding a book to the library, depositing an amount into the bank, booking a railway ticket or flight ticket, like this. This is the meaning of task. To do the task, we write some program. The next definition here is comment. Comments. So the meaning of comment is like whenever we are writing the program what you are writing, we should document that. Why we should document is when some other people sees your program, they should be able to understand what you are doing in the program. Or even you yourself see your program after a long time, you should be able to understand what you are doing in that. It's mainly for documentation purpose, like on which date you are writing the program, who is writing the program, what is the purpose of the program. These all things we can mention over there. Like comments are used to document a program and ignored by the programming language. Ignored by the programming language. And we are in two types of comments. They are single line comment, where the symbol is // multi-line comment, where the symbol is /* and we end with again */. Like example, you can say // to find area of a rectangle. Multi-line comment, example /* to find gross salary and net salary of an employee. Like this. So here we go with multi-line comment. /* and end with / is multi-line comment. So whatever I am discussing here, the rules, whatever we are discussing, this will be common for C, C++, Java and .NET. These four languages follows the maximum same rules. Okay. The next one, keyword. The meaning of keyword is like, so when you take a programming language like C, C++, Java, .NET, Python, whatever it may be, there will be some words where the programming language can understand those words automatically. Such type of words, we call them as keywords. Such type of words, we call them as keyword here. So you can define a keyword like a keyword is a reserved word or predefined word. A keyword is a reserved word or predefined word whose meaning is known to the language. When it's a language, it's a programming language directly. So these words are automatically understood by the language here. And some of the examples, like many programming language supports like int, float, if, while, do, for, like this. Okay. The next term is very, very important. This is the main part of programming, like variable. The meaning of variable is like, whenever we take a programming language in our application, we may require to use some data. Like I want to store some value related to roll number. I may go with names. I may go with salary. I may go with the price of an item, like that. So for example, I want to store some age value. So when you want to store some age value, we require some memory space to store age value. So we go with some name to the memory space. If I want to store some name, we go with some name to the memory space, like name, height, like this. So the names what you are giving to the memory spaces, these names we call them as variables. So variables are mainly to store some values. How to define a variable is like, a variable is an identifier which allocates some memory space. And the examples of variables like roll number, student name, marks, net salary, like this. The next one is data type. This is also important as a beginner. So all the words, whatever the words I'm discussing, everything will be discussed once again in more detail when we come to basics of Java. Okay, all the things will get recapped again. So before we enter into Java, we should know these terminologies compulsory. That's the reason I'm discussing this initially. The meaning of data type is like, whenever you are allocating some memory space for variable like age, in age, what type of data we store? Something like 20, a numeric value without any decimal point. A numeric value without any decimal point, we call it as integer data type. We call it as what? Integer data type. Now, if I allocate some memory space for a variable like name, in name, we store a value something like Raj. Collection of characters. When you go with collection of characters, we call it as string. If you take a variable like height, we store something like 5.9. So when you are having a numeric value with a decimal point, then we call it as float. We call it as what here? Float. So the type of data, what a variable holds. The type of data, what a variable holds, that only we call data type. So you can define a data type like, type of data the variable holds is called as data type. Type of data the variable holds is called as data type. And the examples of data type are like integer, float, char, string like this. Okay. So when you say integer, the examples of integer are like, a numeric value without any decimal point, including 0, positives and negatives. The examples of float are like any value with a decimal point. Any value with decimal point. That the examples of character are like any value in single quotes. A value in single quotes. Only one symbol should be there. And the example of string are like any value within double quotes. Collection of characters in double quotes. Right? These are the basic data types what I have mentioned here. So, anyone having any questions up to here?
No, no doubts.
Right. Now, the next one is function or method. Function or method. This is the very important term. The meaning of function or method is like a function is a subprogram which is used to do a specific task. It's a part of the program. Like example, when we want to find the area of a rectangle, what we want to find? Area of a rectangle. So in order to find the area of a rectangle, I'm going with a function name area rect. I'm going with a method name area rect, and we end with the parenthesis. So when you see some name like XYZ, and when you end with the parenthesis, this we call it as a function. This we call it as what function. Then we go with open and close curly braces like this. Means the use of open curly braces, the function begins at this place and closes at this place. Now, in order to find the area of a rectangle, what data do we require?
Length and breadth.
Length and width.
Length and breadth. Very good. We require length and breadth. So the data what you require, we have to pass in between these parentheses like this. Int length, comma int breadth. This we call them as length and breadth. Length and breadth are arguments. We call them as arguments or parameters. We call them as arguments or parameters. So what is the need of these arguments is the data what we require to perform the task, the input what we require to perform the task, that we need to pass like arguments to the method here. There. And what's the formula to find area? Length into breadth. What's the formula to find area? Length into breadth. So whenever we take a variable, before variable we have to mention the data type what you want to store. So area equal to what is the formula? Length into breadth. Then now since we are using a variable area in our program, we have to allocate memory for area. To allocate memory, we have to mention the data type and the variable name. Now this we call defining the method. So when you are writing the code inside the method, we call it as defining the method. Now in order to get the result from your method, we have to call it. Calling the method. How to call the method is like this. Area rect, and I'm passing the values 10, 5. So when you end with the semicolon after calling the method, this we call calling the method. When you see open and close curly brace, defining the method. That's a way to remember. Now when you call the method like area rect 10, 5, this 10 will go and store into length variable, 5 will go and store into breadth variable. Then what will be the value of area?
50.
50, right? The value of area is 50. This 50, this result, I want to give it back to this method. This 50, whatever you are getting, I want to give it back to the method. How to give it is by using a keyword return. By using what keyword? Return. So when you say return area, 50 will come and store over here. Now let me take one more variable like area equal to, and if you print the value of area, if you print area, what value it's going to print for us? 50 here. It's going to print 50. What is the use of return keyword? The use of return keyword is after doing the calculations, if I want to give the result outside of your method, if I want to give a value of your method outside, we use what keyword here? Return. Then what are the value you are returning over here? What is the data type of that variable? Integer. So before the method name, we have to mention the type of data what you are returning. So this data type what you are mentioning before method name, the data what you are returning, this we call it as a return type. So what is the return type of area rect method means? What you should answer, you should say integer. The return type of your method is what? Integer. Now, if you take the same method, instead of returning, you are printing over here only. You are printing the value of area here. Means you are not giving any value outside of your method. You are not giving any value outside of your method. Then we have to use a keyword void. We have to use what keyword? Void. Void means no return type. Means you are not giving any value outside of your method. If you are not returning any value before the method name, we have to use what keyword? Void. So these rules are common for C, C++, Java and .NET. Got it everyone? So the things will get recapped so many times. So when I start with the Java introduction, so when I make use of these terminologies, you should not feel confused. That's the reason I've discussed it as a small overview. But when we come to basics part, I'm going to discuss all these words properly, and we go with a lot of example programs on this. Right? So anyone having any questions up to here?
Oh, no.
No. Now, this is the fundamental concepts required to enter into any programming language. Now, let us begin with Java introduction. Now, so before we enter into this Java introduction, let me ask one small question. Like, whenever we are developing software applications, we are having two approaches to develop software applications. One is structured approach, structured programming, and one more is object-oriented approach, object-oriented programming. Can you take some example programming languages which follows structured approach? Any idea on this?
C language.
Right, very good. C language, Pascal, COBOL, all older languages. Then examples of object-oriented programming languages?
Java.
Very good. Java,
Python.
.NET, PHP, C++, Python, all these are object-oriented. So Java comes under object-oriented. So you can say Java is an object-oriented programming language. Java is what? It's object-oriented programming language developed by James Gosling. Developed by James Gosling at Sun Microsystems. Where? At Sun Microsystems. Then this Sun Microsystems is acquired by which company now?
Oracle.
Very good. It acquired by Oracle Corporation. So Sun Microsystems is acquired by Oracle Corporation, and it was done in 2010. So now onwards, we should say Java is a product of Oracle. Since Java is object-oriented programming, before we enter into Java, we should have a basic idea on object-oriented concepts. So we are in totally 6 important object-oriented concepts or features. They are objects, classes, abstraction, encapsulation, inheritance, and polymorphism. So these are the 6 important object-oriented concepts or features. Now, before we enter into Java, we should have a basic idea of these 2 terms, object and class. That's enough. If you are having basic idea on what is object, what is class, then entering into Java will be easy for us. However, I'm going to discuss all these concepts using Java programming, and this will take totally 5 to 6 days for us. So today, objective is we'll discuss what is object and what is class, so that from next class we can enter into Java very easily. Now, let us start off with the first term, object. The meaning of object is like any real-time entity. Any real-time entity is an object. Like example, if you consider a laptop, what features do you see in laptop? What do you check before you purchase?
The model, RAM, hard disk.
Right. The model, the make, the color, the price, hard disk capacity, right? Then processor speed. Okay, these things we check. If you are having at least one property, one feature, we call it as object. How to define an object is like an object is a real-time entity which has identity, state, and behavior. Now, let me elaborate these 3 terms, identity, state, and behavior, using a diagram. So when I mention refer diagram object.png, I'll be sharing this diagram along with the documents. Let me open Paint. Now, let us consider an object like a item car, some car. So how to identify a car uniquely? By using the registration number. Now, for a car, we go with the state. The meaning of state is like the properties, the features, what we see in the car. So what we can see in a car, what features do you see? Like make, the model, the color, price, capacity like sitting capacity, engine capacity, fuel capacity, fuel type, like this. Okay, petrol or diesel, like this. So these features, whatever we see in a car, we call it as what? The state. The features of an object only we call state. So the terminologies are important today. So this state, even we call it as data members or variables or properties or fields or attributes. So different people use different terminologies. I'm giving all the terminologies here. For an object, we go with the behavior. The meaning of behavior is like the actions what we perform on car, the operations what we can do with car. So what we can do with car, we can drive. So when I say operation, we call it as method or function. So how to identify functions? We end with the parenthesis. The actions only we call functions. We can apply brake, we can change gear, we can reverse, we can stop like this. These are the functionalities. The functionalities only we call behavior. So this behavior, we can even call it as methods or functions or operations. This we call it as what? Methods or functions or operations. All the meanings are same, right? So what is an object? An object is a real-time entity which has ID, identity, state, and behavior. The next term is class. How to define a class is like a class is a collection of data members and methods. So the state of your object will act as data members inside your class. The behavior will act as methods inside your class. Like example, how to create a class in Java is by using a keyword class. By using what keyword? Class. By using a keyword class and the name of the class. Like example, person. We use a keyword class and the name of the class is person. Just a minute. Hello, Ajat. Hello, Ajat.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hi, Ajat. Yeah, this side is Rashekar. Yeah, so I'll be taking care of this training. Azad, can you know who has shared the link to you?
Rani.
Rani, okay. And one more thing, Azad, you have joined something around 40 minutes late. So we started the class 40 minutes before. Exactly means 38 minutes. Okay, Azad.
Okay,
yeah.
sir.
So take care of joining the class in time. And yeah, at the end again I'll discuss with you. I'll take your email ID. I'll ask you to send a mail. Okay, and I'll send the recording to you. Okay, Asad.
Okay.
So what makes a class? A class is a collection of data members and methods. Now here, how to create a class? By using a keyword class and the name of the class. And we go with open and close curly brace. What is the use of open and close curly brace? Where the class begins and where it ends. This we call scope. Always remember the curly braces, we call them as scope. Then, now here it goes with some data members. So for a person, what we go? We go with the age. We go with the name of the person. We go with the height of the person. So this age, we store a number value with the, without any decimal point. So we go with the data type integer. In name, we go with some collection of characters. We go with the data type string. In height, we go with a value with a decimal point. So we'll say float. A value with a decimal point is float. Then we go with the methods. We go with the methods like what a person can do. A person can eat or walk. We end with parenthesis. When you end with parenthesis, means it's a method. And again for method, we go with open and close curly brace. Then a person can eat like this. So how the class looks? A class is a collection of data members and methods. Methods means functions. Now, once we create the class, outside of the class, if you say age equal to 20 directly, this goes with an error. This will go with what? Error. Because when you say age equal to 20, whose age is 20 here? We did not mention whose age is 20. So accessing these members outside of the class, outside means after curly braces, accessing the members outside of class directly is not allowed. It goes with error. Then how to access these members outside? That is the important point required to enter into Java. So this is the major point. what I require to enter into Java, that is the members of the class. So when you say members, it can be your data members or methods. The members of the class are accessed using objects with the dot operator. With what operator? Dot operator. Then, how to create object here? Syntactically, how to create object? Creating objects. How to create objects programmatically is the syntax is, the meaning of syntax is rules of a language. Rules of a language. The syntax is we have to go with the class name, then object name equal to new, it's a keyword. Again, we have to say class name. And then with parentheses. Like example, what is the name of the class we have created above? Person. So we should say person. P equal to the object name equal to new person. In this, P is an object of class person. Now by using this P object with the dot operator, now we can give value to age. By using this P with the dot operator, now we can give value to name. Since name is string, the value should go in double quotes. By using this, we can give the value to height. By using P object, we can call the method eat. By using object, we can even call the method walk. So the important point what I require to enter into Java is this one. So whenever you want to access the members of a class, what we need to create? Object. By using object with the dot operator, we can access the members of the class. So this is the point what I require to enter into Java. Right? Yeah. So anyone having any questions up to here? Right? So this is a simple basic introduction of Java, what we have done today. Okay. So in tomorrow's class, we'll be going with the Java features. Tomorrow we discuss Java features, and after that, the next class, we'll be learning how to download Java and how to install Java on our operating system, and we'll be developing Java applications. Okay. So the practical part will start next, not tomorrow's class, the next class. Okay. All right.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes, Arshavardhan.
Yeah, so I just have a doubt in this object thing, sir. Like I watched few videos, but no one gave a clarity. So I just got to know that P is the object, right, sir?
P is the object here. P is the object.
They were saying that it's a reference and all, but they never said it's
I'm unable to hear you properly, Arsha.
Everyone was saying that P is a reference, but they didn't say it's an object, sir.
Yeah, that's the correct one.
So it's an object. Okay, sir.
Yeah. So object and reference we use like a synonym, but the real way to say is P is a reference and this is your object. That's the correct way of discussing. So I don't want to confuse. So just I'm saying P is the object here. Got it?
So the whole thing, new person is an object.
This is our object where P is referring to this object.
Okay, sir. Which is referring to P, so that makes P an object.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, sir.
So the terminology is P is reference, new person is object here. That's the actual terminology. Okay, Arshavardhan.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Right.
This conference will now be recorded.
So in the last class, we have discussed about the Java introduction. We have discussed about what? Java introduction. So where we have seen about the meaning of object and the meaning of class. So as a recap, whenever we want to create a class in Java, we use a keyword class and the name of the class. Like example, I'm going with person. And what a class contains, it goes with some data members It goes with some data members like age, name, and height. So here int, string, and float are data type. What is the meaning of data type? The type of data what we store in the variable, the data member. Age, name, and height, we call them as data members or variables where we store the data. And before we store the data into the variables, we have to mention what type of data you want to store in the variables. This we call data types. More about data types I'll discuss once again when we come to basics part. Then we go with the methods. Like what a person can do, a person can eat with some code inside. A person can walk like this. So when we end with the parenthesis like this, we call them as methods or functions, and we write some code inside the method. Now, once we create the class with some data members and methods, outside of the class, if I want to access the members directly, this will go with error. We cannot access these members outside directly. We cannot access the members outside directly. Then, how to access these members? How to access the members of the class is by creating object. This is the major point what I require to enter into Java. That is, the members of the class are accessed using objects with the dot operator. Then, how to create object? Like we had to say like this: class name, object name equal to new class name. So in this, P is an object of class person. Now by using this object with the dot operator, now we can give value to age. By using this P with the dot operator, we can call the method it like this. So once we create the class, if I want to access the members of the class, what we need to create object. Using object with the dot operator, we can access the members. So this point is required for me to enter into Java programming, right? Now, so today objective is we are going to discuss about Java features. We will be discussing about Java features. Java features. There are totally 10 important features in Java. There are totally 10 important features. They are: Java is simple, object oriented, then robust, platform independent, interpreted, portable, secure, multi-threaded, dynamic, and distributed. So these are the 10 important features of Java, right? So let us discuss these features one by one as a small overview. As the days goes on, we'll be discussing in detail. Right? Now, let us discuss one by one. The first one, simple. So why we call Java as simple here is, like example, we are having a concept like arrays. So what is the use of arrays? Anyone? What is the meaning of arrays?
Collection of elements.
Right, it is a collection of elements. Now once we collect the elements, we want to sort the elements. What do you mean by sorting? Arranging elements in ascending or descending order. So if I want to do this sorting process, in the case of C or C++, we need to write something around 10 to 15 lines of code. But in the case of Java, we can make use of a predefined class arrays. Arrays is a predefined class and it contains a method sort. And to this sort method, if I pass the array name, this single line of code is going to sort the elements of this array. So in that way, Java code is becoming simple for us. So why we say Java is simple here is, Java is simple as it contains lots of APIs. This term is important. Lots of APIs means application programming interfaces, which even we call it as libraries. Even we call them as what? Libraries. So what is the meaning of library? Existing code. The predefined code only we call library. Even we call them as APIs. So one of the predefined class is arrays. That only we call API. So as the days goes on, I'll be showing you how to open APIs of Java and how to complete the task using APIs. And even I'll be giving some assignment to you where you need to open API to complete the task. Right? Yeah, just a minute. Right. Yeah, I'm back here. Now, so what I was saying about APIs, I'll be giving some assignments to you where you need to open API to complete the task. Okay. There. Next one, object oriented. So as I mentioned in the last class, Java is what? Object oriented programming language. So why Java is object oriented? Java is object oriented as it supports all the over features like objects, classes, abstraction, encapsulation, inheritance, and polymorphism. So this is very, very important feature. And to discuss this feature, it will take something around 5 to 6 classes for us. So if you are good with this object oriented, understanding remaining topics of Java will be very, very easy for us. The next one, robust. So can anyone say what is robust? What is robust? Robust means strong. Robust means what? Strong. Robust means strong. Let me elaborate this. Let us suppose you are typing a document in Microsoft Word. After typing the document, you want to print the document. When we issue the print command, the printer is not connected to the system. Let us suppose. Then what is going to happen? Will Microsoft Word will give a message that printer not connected, or will it close the application automatically? What we get? Message or close?
Message.
Right, we get a message that printer not connected. Means your Microsoft Word is robust. Means if any abnormal situation occurs while running the application, like example printer not connected, the application should give proper message to the user what went wrong. Should not close the applications automatically. Such type of applications only we call robust applications. So in Java also we can develop robust applications. So in Java we can develop robust applications using exception handling. Using what? Exception handling. Exception means a runtime error that we should handle to avoid abnormal termination. Using exception handling to avoid abnormal termination of application. This exception handling is also very important topic of Java. The next one, platform independent. So this is the major thing to discuss for today's class. So this platform means operating system. So platform independent means operating system independent. Like example, if you are typing a Java program on Windows, then we can take the same program and run it on Linux or Mac. That's the meaning of platform independent. Let us understand more using a diagram. So what are the diagrams I'm drawing? What are the document I'm typing? The class is even getting recorded. All the things will be shared to you after the class. So now let us understand more of this platform independent. So what is platform independent? A Java program can run on any platform. Means operating system. Then we can even say like a Java program is write once, run anywhere. So write the program on one machine and you can run it on any other machine. Then, first of all, what is a Java program? A Java program is a collection of classes. What makes a Java program? It is a collection of classes. Like example, if you take a Java program like x.java, the extension what we give for Java program is .java. And the programs, whatever we are going to write, we call them as source code. The programs, what we write, we call them as what? Source code. Now, in this x.java, let us go with some classes. What makes a Java program? Collection of classes. And how to create a class? I said using a keyword class and the name of the class. Open and close curly braces. Class and the name of the class. So in one Java file, we can have multiple classes. We can have what? Multiple classes. Now, so in this x.java, we have created 3 classes. Now, once we write the source code, your source code is not understood by your operating system directly. The source code is not understood by your operating system directly. So in order to make it understandable, we have to compile it. What is the meaning of compilation? Translation. Compilation means translating source code into machine understandable format. So for that, we have to compile. So in order to compile, at your command prompt or terminal, in the case of Windows, we say command prompt. In the case of Linux or Mac, we say terminal. So at your command prompt or terminal, we use a command JavaC. And to this, we'll pass the name of the file x.java. Then how to get this JavaC command? When we download and install Java, then we can start using this JavaC command. So in the next class, I'll be showing how to download and install Java, and even we'll see how to develop applications at command prompt. So at that place, I'll be showing this practically. So by using this command JavaC x.java, then your source code is going to compile. Then what is going to happen here is, in this x.java, how many classes we have created? 3 classes. Then what is going to happen is, once you compile, it's going to create a.class, b.class, and c.class. So depends on number of classes created in your source code file, that many .class files will be created. Then these .class files are called as bytecodes. What is the terminology we have to say? The doc class files, we call them as bytecodes. And these bytecodes are platform independent. These bytecodes are what? Platform independent. Means what makes Java platform independent means we should say bytecodes. If you compile a Java program on Windows, we get the doc class files and we can use these doc class files on any operating system. That's the meaning of platform independent here. Got it up to here, everyone? Any questions? Now, after compiling, we have to see the result of our application, the output of your application. Then for that, we have to run our application. So, to run a Java program, at least one class should contain main method. So if I want to run our program, at least minimum one class should contain main method. Why main method? Main method is the entry point. Main method is what? It's the entry point to run a Java program. So we require main method here, like void main with some code inside. So we can even have main method in class B also. Java supports multiple main methods. Okay. Very, very important point, and many people don't know this point properly. That is, we can run only doc class files. We can run what? Only doc class files which contains main method. We can run what? Only doc class files which contains main method. Then how to run is, to run at your command prompt or terminal, we have to use the command Java. Java C is for compiling, Java is for running, and to this we have to pass the class like this: Java A, Java B, Java C, and Java X. I'm going with all the options here. So when you say Java X, what is going to happen? Anyone? Don't wait for others to respond. If you are having idea, please respond directly. When you say Java X, what is going to happen? See the point. We can run only doc class files. So for X, do you have any doc class file here in this example? No. X is only the name of the source code file. There is no doc class file for X. Then what is going to happen? It will go with error, and the message is no class definition found. There is no class for this X. Then when you say Java C, for C, do you have a doc class file? Yes. But does it have main method inside class C? No. So goes with error and says no main method found. Now, when you say Java B, the condition is satisfied. It's having a doc class file and even main method in that. Then what is going to happen? Runs the program from B class main method. So the entry point will become B class main method. And when we say Java A, runs the program from A class main method. So whichever the class name you pass to the Java command, it will go to the respective main method. So if you say Java A, it will go to main method of A class. When you say Java B, it will start running the program from B class main method. Clear this point, all of you? So I'll be showing all these words practically in the next class. In the next class, every word will be shown to you practically. Right? Any questions up to here? Right. Now, let us move to the next one, interpreted. In this, JavaScript command is a compiler and Java command is an interpreter. The difference is compiler is going to convert our source code into bytecode at a time, whereas interpreter executes the bytecode line by line. So the general difference between compiler and interpreter is compiler means at a time, interpreter means line by line. So what is this one? Let me document. Java command is an interpreter. And what is the role of Java interpreter? Java interpreter executes the bytecode line by line. Let me even document about JavaScript. JavaScript command is a compiler. And what's the role of Java compiler? Java compiler converts source code into bytecode at a time. So let me explain what is this compiler practically in the next class. What is at a time? I'll be elaborating practically in the next class. About interpreter line by line, I'll be elaborating practically when we come to exception handling. I need not elaborate, you will automatically understand. The next one, portable. So when you take C or C++, so if you are not having any background of C or C++, don't worry at all. So when you take C or C++, what is size of integer data type? So when you create a variable of type integer, how much memory it is going to occupy in RAM? Any idea? So it occupies 2 bytes. It occupies 2 bytes on 32-bit operating system or 4 bytes on 64-bit operating system. So if it is 32-bit, it occupies 2 bytes. If it is 64-bit, it occupies 4 bytes. Now, if you are writing a C language program on 32-bit, and if I take the same C language program to 64-bit, then there may be a chance of getting memory issues because the size is differing. That's the reason we say C and C++ are not highly portable. Then, coming to Java, size of integer data type is, it is 4 bytes. It is 4 bytes on 32-bit or even 64-bit. So whatever the platform it may be, the size remains same on all operating systems. That's the reason we say Java is portable. So why Java is portable is, Java is portable since the size of the respective data types is same on all platforms, on all operating systems. Okay. What are data types supported in Java? What are their sizes? We'll be discussing when we come to basics part next week. So next week, Monday, we'll be discussing how to go with the download Java and install Java and we'll develop application. Then on Tuesday, we'll be starting off with basics. There we discuss data types. Then, next one, secure. Before we go to the secure, let us understand a concept of C or C++, that is a pointer. What is a pointer is? A pointer is a variable which contains the address of another variable. Hello, Pranam?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So
I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. You can follow the recording and any questions you can ask in next class. Okay, Pranam. Right, we are just discussing features of Java. All theoretical words only we are discussing today. Next class only we start with practical.
Okay, sir.
So we are discussing about secure. What is this one? When you take C or C++, we are having a concept like pointer. A pointer is a variable which contains address of another variable. Like example, when you declare a variable like int n equal to 10, it is going to allocate memory space for n variable. It's going to allocate memory space for n variable whose value is 10. Now let us suppose this memory address is some 100. The address of this memory is some 100. Now what we want to do? We want to take this address and store it into some other variable. How to do it? By using and n. So when you say and n, this is going to give address of n variable. This address, we want to store it into some other variable. Then we have to use star symbol like this. So we use star p, means it's a pointer. It's a pointer pointing to address of n variable. So what is going to happen? It's going to create a pointer called as p, which is pointing to this address of n variable. Now by using this pointer, I can go to this memory address and we can even change the value also. So when you are having address in hand in the pointer, by using pointer, I can go to the memory address and change the value also. Means by using pointer, we can go to any memory location and we can even change the value, or we can even corrupt it also. That's the reason C and C++ are used to develop virus or antivirus applications. Using pointer concept only, they can go to the memory location and they can write the code related to virus or antivirus applications. So where this pointer is what violating security here, because we can go to any memory space and we can even violate that memory space. So the pointers can violate security of your data. But coming to Java, Java is for what? Business applications, not for system programming. Java is for business applications. That's the reason they have removed pointers concept in Java, because pointers violate security. So even you are not having any background of pointers, don't worry at all. However, Java does not support pointers. Java does not support. Java is secure. Java is secure as Java does not support pointers, as pointers violate security. As pointers violate what? Security. Yeah. So if you are not having any background of pointer, don't worry at all. However, Java does not support pointers. Yeah. The next and very good feature of Java is multi-threaded. Next feature is multi-threaded. So what is multitasking? Anyone? What is multitasking?
Executing one or more tasks at the same time.
Right. Examples?
Example, like we talked about it yesterday, using this to go application and switching back to a different window or doing something else on my phone.
So multiple applications. In my case, I've opened multiple applications like browser, notepad, GoToMeeting, Paint, like this. You are listening to the songs and doing some programming, Java programming in Eclipse, like that. Working with multiple applications. Then what is a thread?
Is it a line of information?
Yeah, examples? Thread example? Whatever the threads you have seen up to now. So from today, remember the examples of threads. It's very easy to remember. So you work with the Gmail, right? So when you go with the Gmail, it's a task. In Gmail, how many compose windows we can open? One or multiple? Multiple, right? We can open multiple compose windows. Every compose window what you open, it's a thread. So threads are part of a task. Threads are what? Part of one task. So in a task, I'm able to open multiple compose windows here, where Gmail is a task. Then every compose window what you open, it's a thread. And in a compose window, how many attachments we can do? Multiple. Every attachment what you do, it's a thread. And when attachments are going on, we can even type the subject and body of the message. So the advantage of threads is performance. We can increase performance of application. We need not make user to wait for one thing to complete. So if you are attaching one file, until one file is attached, I cannot attach one more file, means we are wasting the time of what? The user here. So to increase performance only, we go for this multi-threading. So you can define a thread like a thread is a lightweight process under execution within a process. Then multi-threading is used to increase the performance of application. So in this one, if you take Gmail as process, the lightweight process are like compose Windows attachments, right? Then one more good example of multi-threading which is in front of us, that is GoToMeeting. So in this GoToMeeting, it's a task. In this, I can show my screen, it's a thread. I can record the class, it's a thread. I can speak with you, it's a thread. I'm able to do the things simultaneously. That means the application supports multi-threading. So this is also a very important topic, and this also takes 2 classes for us to complete. We'll be learning how to create threads in Java and how to increase performance. The next feature, dynamic. So when you take C or C++, memory allocation for arrays or objects is done during compile time only. But whereas in Java, the memory allocation will happen during runtime. You can say memory allocation for arrays, objects is done during runtime. Runtime means dynamic. And one more good feature of Java is automatic garbage collection. Java is what? Automatic garbage collection. Means in case of C or C++, once you allocate memory as a programmer, we should only take care of destructing that memory. But in case of Java, as a programmer, we allocate memory. Destruction of memory is taken care by Java only. So that feature only we call automatic garbage collection. Next one, distributed. So the use of going for distributed is like distributed applications are used for the purpose of exchanging data from one application to another application. So application to application interaction only we call distributed applications. Like the example, so when you take Amazon, in Amazon you are adding some products into the cart. After adding the products into the cart, you want to go for payment process. So what are the different ways of doing payment in Amazon or any other websites? What are the different way of doing payment? By using credit card or debit card or net banking, right? So if you choose net banking, under that if I go with Citibank, from your Amazon, will it redirect to Citibank? Yes. That means Amazon and Citibank are communicating here. So application to application communication only, we call them as distributed applications. So nowadays, we are developing distributed applications in Java by using web services. We make use of web services to develop distributed applications, right? So these are the 10 important features of Java. What they are? Java is simple, object-oriented, robust, platform independent. This is important. So before you join the next class, please recap this platform independent and join. Then interpreted, portable, secure, multi-threaded, dynamic and distributed. Okay. So everything will be discussed in detail as the days goes on. But for next class, platform independent is important. So in the next class, we'll be going with how to download and install Java and how to develop Java application at command prompt, right? So anyone having any questions?
This conference will now be recorded.
So in the last class, we have just seen about the introduction part of Java, where we discussed about what is the meaning of class and what is an object. And whenever we want to access the members of class, we create object and we access using dot operator. Okay, however, I'm going to recap all these words once again in the next topics. So in the last class, even we discussed about Java features. So can anyone say some of the features of Java? Features of Java?
Simple, object-oriented.
Right, object-oriented, platform-independent, robust, right? We have seen some features like that. And the main important thing for today's class is platform-independent. Let me recap this. This is important for today's class. So what is this platform? Platform means operating system. And what is this platform-independent related to Java is a Java program can run on any platform, means any operating system. Even we can say a Java program is write once, run anywhere. Or means if you write a Java program on Windows operating system, I can take the same Java program and run it on other operating system like Linux or Mac. That's meaning of this platform independent. And what makes a Java program? It's a collection of classes. What is a Java program? It is a collection of what? Classes. Then, like example, we are creating a Java file like x.java. The extension what we give for Java program is .java, and the programs whatever we write, we call them as source code. Then, and what makes a Java program? I said it's a collection of classes. And how to create class in Java? By using a keyword class. By using a keyword class, we can create the class. So here I'm creating three classes: class A, class B, and class C. Then, once we create the source code, this source code is not understood by your operating system directly. To make it understandable, we have to compile it. Compilation means translation. Compilation means what? Translating into machine understandable format. So in case of Java, how to compile is at your command prompt or terminal. In the case of Windows, we say command prompt, and in the case of Linux or Mac, we say terminal. So at your command prompt or terminal, we use a command javac and we give the name of the source code file x.java. In this x.java, how many classes are there? 3 classes are there. So depends on the number of classes, that many doc-class files will be created for us. So in this example, when you compile x.java, since we are having 3 classes, it's going to create 3 doc-class files: a.class, b.class, and c.class. And these doc-class files, we call them as what? Bytecodes. The terminology what we use, the doc-class files, we call them as bytecodes. And these bytecodes are platform independent. So what makes Java platform independent means bytecodes. That means if you compile a Java program on Windows, once we get the doc-class files, these doc-class files we can use it on any operating system. That's the meaning of this platform independent. Then once we compile, we have to see the result of our application. Once we compile, we have to see the result of our application. For that, we have to run. So to run a Java program, at least one class should contain main method. Why main method? It is the entry point to run Java programs. See here, I'm writing main method in class A, and we are writing main method in class B. What's method? It's similar to function concept. Then, very important point, we can run only doc-class files. We can run what? Oh, only doc-class files which contains main method. Let me elaborate this. In order to run, we use a command Java. At your command prompt or terminal, we use command Java. And when you say Java X is what? Only the name of the source code file. Does not have any doc-class file. That's the reason it will go with what? Error, and goes with the message no class definition found. When you say Java C, it's having doc-class file but does not have main method inside. It's not having main method, so it goes with error and says no main method found. When you say Java B, the condition is satisfied. It's having dot class file and even main method. So the program runs from B class main method. When you say Java A, the condition is satisfied. The program runs from A class main method. So whichever the class name you pass, it will go to the respective main method of that class. Whatever the class name you pass to the Java command, the entry point will be the respective main method of that class. Right? Let me discuss all these words, whatever the theoretical words I mentioned. Let us discuss all this by going with programming. So let me show all these words practically to you. So to show all these words practically, what we need to do, we need to download Java and install Java. So today is our first class for practical part. So today objective is we'll be learning how to download Java and install Java on our operating system and how to develop Java applications at command prompt. That's main objective of today's class. Let us start with today's download and install Java 16 version. I'm going with 16 version. So to download and install, just go to search engine like Google and you can say Java 16 download. Java 16 download. Let me show this. Open search engine like Google. So you need not do anything from your end. Just whatever I'm doing, just observe it. That's it. So once the class is done, I'll be sharing the document and recording to you. Based on that, you can do it from your end. So just to search here for Java 16 download. So whatever the link is. Yeah, yes, Dinesh.
I do have Java 18 in my laptop. Does it make any difference or should I download Java 16?
No, go with 18 only. Go with 18.
Okay.
So whatever the latest version I think you can download. So why I'm showing 16 is whatever the document I'm having, I'm having 16 version. So I'm not finding time to update my document. So we can go with 18 version. No worry.
Okay, makes sense.
So the latest version of Java is 18. Whatever the steps I'm doing, same steps you can go with 18 also. Okay, go with same 18, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
So only one thing you remember, minimum Java 8 version you should have. So if you are having Java 8 version, you need not worry at all. You can continue with 8 also, no problem. Minimum Java 8.
Okay.
Now, so the first link what you get from your Java SC 16 downloads, open this. So Java SC, and what is this Java SC? Java Standard Edition, and this is going to download Java SC Development Kit, which we call JDK. JDK means Java Development Kit, and we are going to see 16 version. So you can even go with 18 version. That is the latest version. Then here you can find Java for different operating systems like Linux, Mac, Windows, like this. So based on your operating system, you need to download. So in my case, I'm having Windows operating system. So I'm going with this Windows here, this one. Windows x64 installer. So what you need to do, based on your operating system, click on this file to download. It's going to download an exe file. In the case of Mac, it's going to download .dmg file. If you're on Mac, you have to go with this one. So I'm having Windows. Let me click here. So we need to accept the license agreement. Accept the license agreement and click on this download JDK. Then it will ask you to log into Oracle account. So if you are having already Oracle account, you need to enter username and password. Else, we can create a new account here. We can even create the account. So just click on this button, create account. Then where you need to enter the details like your email address, the correct one, not dummy email address, because it's going to authenticate your email by sending a link to your email. Then only your account will be valid. Then go with proper email address, password, retype password, so and so other things. Okay. So general things, and you can create account. Once the account is created, it's going to download the file. Let me show all the things in the document. So how to download and install Java 16 version? You can click on this link, or you can make use of this URL to download. You can even make use of this URL to download 16 version. Let me copy and give this URL also to you for your reference. Okay. So once you open this page, you can find Java for different operating systems like Linux, Mac, Windows, like this. So in my case, Windows, click on this to download. Once you accept the license agreement and sign on to Oracle account, it's going to download the file. Once the file is downloaded, the exe file in the case of Windows, just click to install. Click on run button. Then it's going to open the installation wizard. Just to click on next button. Then it will ask you where you want to install Java. By default, Java will get installed in C drive program files. By default, Java will get installed in C drive program files, and it's going to create a folder Java under that JDK 16 version. Okay. If you want to install in other location, click on change button. So in my case, I kept as it is. Just I clicked on next button. Then next step, after installation, it will just go with close button. Simple 2 steps. Next, and close button. That's it. By default, Java will get installed where? In the case of Windows, C drive, program files. It creates a folder Java under that JDK 16. So see here, observe, I'm having JDK 8, JDK 10, JDK 14, JDK 16 like this. So in our operating system, we can have multiple Java versions, no problem. Then, if you open JDK, you can find a folder bin. In bin folder, you can find the commands Java and JavaScript commands here. You can see the commands Java and JavaScript commands. So up to this parent folder of bin, that is up to JDK, up to parent folder of bin, we use a terminology Java home. So wherever you may install Java, up to the parent folder of bin, we call it as Java home. Then if someone asks you where Java and JavaScript commands are located, means you can say simple terminology java.exe and javac.exe commands are present in Java home bin folder. Java home bin folder. Okay. So I'll be sharing this document to you. You can refer this document, how to download and install Java. There. Understand carefully now. Even after downloading and installing Java on our operating system, these commands are not understood by your operating system directly. These commands are not understood by your operating system. Then how to make it understandable is we need to do one path setting. We have to do a path setting. How to do path setting is open Windows Explorer. In this, you can see computer. In the case of Windows 7, you can see computer. In the case of Windows 8 or Windows 10 or 11, you can see this PC. You can see what? This PC. So right click on this PC, go to properties. In this, click on this advanced system settings. Then environment variables. Under system variables, select path. And say edit. Now at the end, keep semicolon, and we have to paste the address up to bin folder. We are having bin folder now. C drive program files, Java, JDK 16, bin folder. Why bin folder? Because Java and JavaScript commands are located in bin folder. So copy the address up to bin folder and we have to paste at the end. So at the end, keep semicolon and paste it and say OK button. That's it. Okay, so that completes the setting here. I've already done. So you can find the same thing in the document also. Setting path. How to set path is copy the address up to bin folder, Java home bin folder. Right click on this PC, go to properties. Then click on advanced system settings. Click on environment variables. Under system variables, select path and say edit. Then click on new button, paste the address up to bin folder and click on OK button. That's it. So this is only one-time process. We are just informing the operating system that go to Java home bin folder and from there you can take the commands. That's meaning of this path setting. Got it everyone up to here? How to go with Java installation?
Yes, Raj.
Yes, sir.
Right? Right. So how to go with the Mac operating system? So I cannot show practically how to work with Mac. So as I'm having Windows operating system, how to work with Mac, how to download and install Java, you can find it in this YouTube link. So if you open this YouTube link, you can see how to work on Mac also, how to download Java and install Java on Mac operating system. However, you have to download, compulsory you have to download Java on Mac also. So however, tomorrow I'm going to go with Eclipse IDE. That Eclipse IDE will remain same for any operating system. So whatever I'm showing on Windows, it will be same for Mac also. Right? No. So any questions, Dia, up to here for you?
No questions. I got it. Thank you.
Right. However, I'll send the recording of previous class to you, Dia, after the class. Okay,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The last two classes, you can go through that. Okay.
Sure.
Now let us see how to develop Java application. Developing a Java application at command prompt. So since I'm having Windows, I'm showing it command prompt. You can even work with the terminal in the case of Linux or Mac. The steps will remain same. Let me show all the steps first, then I'll document it. So first thing, we have to open the command prompt. How to open command prompt is in search or run, you can open CMD. In the case of Linux or Mac, we have to say terminal. We have to search for terminal. Okay. So it's going to open C drive for us. By default, it opens C drive. I want to work in D drive. So I'll say here D:. So nothing rule that you should work in C drive or D drive or E drive. It's up to us. Whichever the place we want to work, it's up to us. Okay. Now I want to create a folder where we can store our Java programs. So let us create a folder here like this, MD Java programs. The meaning of MD means make a directory. Directory or folder, they are like synonyms. Okay. MD Java programs. So it's going to create a folder for us, Java programs. Now to open the folder, we use the command cd Java programs. CD means change directory, open the folder. So now we are in Java programs folder. Now we want to create a Java source code file. What we want to do? We want to create one Java source code file. So we can make use of a text editor. You can use any text editor like Notepad. I'm using Notepad and you can say the name of the file welcome.java. Hello, Susmita.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hi. So just now we have seen how to download and install Java up to now. I'll be sharing this document, a PDF document, where you can find how to download and install Java. Now we are how to develop Java application at command prompt. Okay. So for that, I have created a folder Java programs. and I've opened the folder Java programs. That much we have done. Now, whenever we want to create a Java source code file, I'm using a text editor like Notepad and go with the name of the file, welcome.java. There. So just say Notepad, welcome.java, press enter key, click on next button, then start typing the code. / to display welcome message onto the screen. What this line is called as? Anyone?
Comments.
We call it as comments. We call them as comments. There. Now, what and comments are what? Mainly to document your program. It's for documenting your program and ignored by compiler. Compiler will not see what you are writing in that. There. What makes a Java program? It's a collection of
Classes and methods.
Right, it's a collection of classes. So how to create a class in Java? Just by using a keyword class and the name of the class. There. Open and close curly braces. There. To run a Java program, which method is required inside the class?
Main method.
Very good. We require main method. And how the main method looks here is public, it's a keyword. Static, it's a keyword. Void, it's a keyword. Main, opening this parenthesis, and to this we have to pass the argument string. String is a predefined class, S capital here. Whenever we say class, starting letter of everybody is capital S capital array. What is the symbol of array in Java? Square brackets. Then say some args. Then again open and close curly brace. This is the way how main method looks. So don't worry the meaning of these words now. What is public? What is static? What is void? Void already I have explained. What is the stringer? Don't worry all these things. However, all these words will be discussed in the next classes. So today objective is how to develop Java application. That's it. That's only the objective. There. Now in Java, if you want to display a message onto the screen, in Java we use a predefined class system. System is a predefined class, S capital, with a member out and with a method println. And the message should go in double quotes. Whatever the message you want to display should go in double quotes. And every statement in Java should end with a semicolon. And Java is case sensitive programming language, means there is a difference between uppercase and lowercase letters. Right? Once we type the program, save it. File save, Control S. Then come back to the command prompt. What is a command to compile a Java program?
Java C.
Very good. Java C. What is a command to compile a Java program? Java C. And we have to go with the name of the file. What is the name of the file here? Welcome.java. Yeah. Hello, Arshavardhan. So what is the command we have to use? Yeah. Hi, Arshavardhan. So once we type the program, how we are typing the program at your command prompt using Notepad, go with the name of the file welcome.java and type the program in that. Okay. Then once we type the program, come back to the command prompt and use what command? Java C and the name of the file welcome.java. Now, once we press enter key, if there are no errors in your source code, then it's going to show the prompt back to us. It's going to show the prompt back to us, means there are no errors. Now, if you say dir, means directory, to see the list of files in your folder. See now, can you see a .class file got created, right? So it has created one file, welcome.class. That's a use of compilation. What is the use of compiling? Converting your source code into bytecode. Converting your source code into what? Bytecode. Right? That's the meaning of compilation. Then, after compiling, what is our next step? We have to run the program. How to run the program? Java and the name of the .class file, welcome. So which is going to show welcome message onto the screen. That's it. Okay, 3 simple commands. Notepad for typing your Java code. Java C is for compiling and Java is for running. Right? Hello, Sanjay.
Hi, sir.
Now, let me recap the things, how we developed Java application at command prompt. So I'm just closing it. So now how to develop Java application at command prompt means open command prompt by typing cmd in search or run. Then now we are in C drive. So to go to, if I want to work in D drive, I'll say D colon. It's up to you. Whichever the folder you want to work, it's up to you. Then I want to create a folder. How to create a folder? MD Java programs. I'm creating a folder Java programs. MD means make directory. The folder name is your wish. The folder name is your wish, XYZ. Now, after creating folder, since I've already created, I'm just removing. We have to open the folder. How to open folder? CD Java programs. So now we are in Java programs folder. Now whenever we want to create a new Java file, we have to say notepad and pass the name of the file, welcome.java. Then now start writing the code like this. This is to display welcome message onto the screen. This is our comment. Whenever you want to create a Java program, it's a collection of classes. Say class and the name of the class. Open and close curly brace. To run a Java program, we have to create a main method. How the main method looks here? Public, it's a keyword, static keyword, void main, which takes argument string array args, where string is a predefined class in Java. Whenever we see square brackets, we call them as arrays. So don't worry the meaning of these words now. I'll discuss all these words later. Then open and close curly brace. To display a message in Java, we use a class system with a member out with a method println, and the message should go in double quotes. And every statement in Java should end with semicolon. Once we type the code, save it. Then come back to the command prompt, compile it. How to compile? Java C and the name of the file, welcome.java, which is going to create a doc class file. Check it here. If I say dir, a doc class file has been created, welcome.class. Then we have to run the doc class file. How to run? Java welcome, which displays welcome message. Simple 3 commands. Notepad for typing, Java C is for compiling, and Java is for running. Right? Let me document these words. So to develop Java application, open command prompt by typing cmd in search or run. By default, it will open C drive. If I want to work in D drive, say D colon, which opens a D drive. Create a folder or directory, even we call it as directory, Java programs, any name you wish, Java programs as follows. How to create a folder is MD Java programs. MD means make directory. Change the folder to Java programs as follows. How to change this? We have to use the command cd Java programs, which is going to show the directory structure like this. D drive Java programs. cd means change directory. Now the next step, create a Java source code file. Create a Java source code file, welcome.java as follows. How to create is at your prompt, use a command notepad and go with the name of the file. Type the following code. Type the following code in welcome.java. So type this piece of code in welcome.java. Don't see the meaning of this code today, so which will get elaborated automatically in the next classes. What is public, static, everything we'll be knowing. Once we type the code, don't forget, save the file. Control S. After typing the code, the next step we have to compile. Compile the Java source code file welcome.java as follows. How to compile is by using the command javac and go with the name of the file, which creates welcome.class file called as bytecode. The next step, final step, run the Java bytecode file. Run the Java bytecode file welcome.class as follows. How to run? At your prompt, use Java command and say welcome, which displays welcome message onto the screen. That's it. Clear up to here? Any questions? Right? No. What is the use of this one? System.out.println. The use of this one is it is used to display messages or the value of variables or both onto the screen. Like example, you can say in system.out.println, we can just go with the message welcome. One more example. If we take a variable sum equal to 100, I want to print the value of sum. So we'll say system.out.println sum. Then how the output will come? On the screen, it is going to display 100. Then we want to display like this. We want to display the output sum equal to 100. Means I want to display the message and even the value of variable. Then how to do it now? System.out.println sum equal to in double quotes. So whatever we keep it in double quotes, that will get printed as it is. And the joining symbol between message and variable is plus symbol in the case of Java. This is our message, which will get printed as it is. And the joining symbol between message and variable, sum is what here? Variable. So in order to take the value of the variable, we have to say sum here, the variable name. And the joining symbol between message and variable is the concatenation symbol plus symbol in the case of Java. Right? What is the use of system.out.println? To display messages or the value of variables or both onto the screen. One more point. Every statement in Java should end with a semicolon. Every statement in Java should end with what? Semicolon. And Java is case sensitive programming language. Means there is a difference between uppercase and lowercase letters. Right? Now understand carefully. Let me delete welcome.class file. I'm deleting the .class file. Now if I say dir, see we are having only one file, welcome.java. Now let me open the program. Now let me remove semicolon here. I'm removing semicolon after the statement. Now if I save it, now compile it. How to compile? Javac welcome.java. So will it create a .class file now for us? Will it create .class file?
No.
No, right? It won't create the .class file. So when you say Javac welcome.java, as the statement is not ended with semicolon, the .class file will not get created. See what it's going to say when you compile. It's saying see error in line number 6. error semicolon expected. So this only the meaning of compilation. Compilation means it goes to the source code, checks for errors in your source code, means violating the rules of language. If there are errors in your source code, it's going to display that errors and it won't generate the .class file. See, it's not generating any .class file. So this is the meaning of compilation. If there are no errors, at a time it's going to convert your source code into bytecode, the .class file. That's the meaning of compilation. Now, let me go with semicolon. Now, let me make the class as well here. Understand carefully. The class name is well, but the file name is welcome. File name is welcome.java, but the class is well here. Now, let us create some more classes. Class A, where I'm going with public static void main string x array. Then we'll go with the message system.out.println a class. I'm going with the message a class. Then let us create one more class B. So we are having totally 3 classes here: class well, class A, and class B. In Java, we can have multiple classes because Java is a collection of classes. Okay, save it. Now compile the code. How to compile? Java C, the name of the file, welcome.java. Then how many .class files is it going to create now?
2.
2? No.
I think it doesn't create any, sir, because the class name and the file name should always match.
Should always match. Okay. So will it go with error? You mean to say? See here, there is no error, no problem at all. It won't go with error. Even when I've taken the last class, see, I've taken the source code as x.java, but there is no class with x here. Right? There is no class with x, no problem at all. But there is a rule. Yeah, there is a rule. There is a rule. The rule is like if the class is public, then the file name should match with the class name. Okay? That don't worry now. For now, the file name and class name can be different. No problem at all. Okay? Now, if I say dir, how many .class files is it going to create now?
Maybe 3.
Very good. 3. Not maybe. We have said 3. Because how many classes are there in your program? 3 classes, right? Class well, class A, and class B. So depends on number of classes, that many .class files it's going to create. See here, it has created A.class, B.class, and well.class. So don't see main method here. So for class B, there is no main method. That's the reason it won't create .class file. No. That's a wrong concept. So whenever you are compiling, don't look for main method. When you are compiling, don't see the main method at all. We have to just see only the classes here. How many classes are there? That many .class files it's going to create. So while compiling, main method will not come into picture. Then, now, let us run the program. If you say Java welcome, what is going to happen? If you say Java welcome, what is going to happen? Already discussed.
A class.
Welcome is going to run. But for welcome, do you have any .class file? For welcome, do you have any .class file here in this example? No, right? Welcome.java is there, but there is no .class file for welcome. So what it's going to say? Error, could not find or load main class welcome. If you say Java B, what is going to happen?
No main method.
No main method found. Goes with error and says the message, main method not found in class B. Then when you say Java A,
A class.
Very good. It's going to display what message? A class. When you say Java will, it's going to display welcome. Means whatever the class name you pass to the Java command, it will go to the respective main method of that class. It will go to what? Respective main method of that class. Clear this point, all of you? How to run the program? What we have to pass after Java command? Whichever the class name you pass, it will go. The entry point will be the respective main method of that class. Clear this point, all of you? Right?
Yes,
What is
sir.
the point I've shown practically? This point only I've shown practically. This one. We can run only dockless files which contains main method. So this point is important as a beginner. Got it? So practice this compulsory. One time practice, only one time. At your command prompt or terminal, do this practice only one time so that you can remember the commands, Java and JavaScript commands, the internal working of Java applications. So however, I'm going to start off with Eclipse in tomorrow's class. Once we go with Eclipse, we won't use any commands. The user interface, everything will be good for us. The faster way of developing Java applications. So, and that Eclipse will remain same for any operating system, right? So do this practice only one time. That's enough for us, because in reality, we work with IDEs like Eclipse. So anyone having any questions? Right.
This conference will now be recorded.
So in the last class, we have seen how to download and install Java and how to develop Java application at command prompt. So today, let us move to the next part, IDEs. IDEs. Hello, Dinesh.
Hello, Prakash.
Yeah, hi.
Right.
Right. So today, let us go with this IDEs. IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. So integrated means everything at one place. So in the last class, we have seen to type the program, we have opened Notepad, and to compile and run, we have opened command prompt or terminal. So two different windows. Here in the case of IDEs, everything in single window. That's meaning called as integrated. Then the main use of going for IDEs is like IDEs are used to develop applications easily and rapidly. IDEs are used for what? To develop applications easily and rapidly. Right there. And the popular Java IDEs are the most popular and widely used is Eclipse. Then we are having the next one, IntelliJ, JDeveloper, JBuilder, NetBeans. This is people are not using now, and we are having MyEclipse like this. So the most two popular nowadays are these two, Eclipse and IntelliJ. So compulsory, you should know these two IDEs. So in our course, I'm going to take you with Eclipse. So from your end, try to learn this IntelliJ. It's very easy. Once you know one IDE, you can easily manage other IDEs very easily. There. Now let us go with Eclipse. So let us see how to download and install Eclipse IDE. So how to download is just to go to search engine like Google and say Eclipse IDE download. Let me show this. Open search engine like Google. And search here for Eclipse IDE download. Just a minute. Now, so whatever the first link you get here, eclipse.org downloads, open this link. Let me even go with this URL for your reference. So you can directly open this URL. So from this page, you can find Eclipse IDE. You can find Eclipse IDE for different operating systems. It automatically takes you to the respective operating systems. So in this page, we need to just click on this. Download x86-64. We need to just click on this. Just to click on the download button. There. Now the next step again, once again, we need to click on this download button, which is going to download a exe file for your Windows. This is related to Windows. So it automatically takes you to the respective page. We need not do anything. Then just to click on this download button. So which is going to start download the file for us. Here it's downloading the file. Let me cancel as already I've done this part. Then once the file is downloaded, just run this downloaded file. Just if you click on the download file, it's going to run our application. Let me show that installation process also. So in our case, the file has been downloaded into downloads folder. The file has been downloaded into downloads folder. So this is the file which has been downloaded for me. So just run this application. Just if you double click on this, it's going to run. Then just to click on run button. So it will take some small time to open the installer. So it's opening the installer. Use this Eclipse installer. We can install Eclipse IDE for Java developers, enterprise web developers, C++ developers, PHP developers. So we can use for different languages. So here you can see Eclipse IDE for Java developers, enterprise, Java and web developers, C++, PHP like this. In our case, go with this second one. Go with this second one. Don't go for first one. So if you go for first one, we can develop only for core Java applications, standalone only. So if you want to go with complete Java applications means we should go with the second one. So go with the second one, just to click on second one. Then it will automatically take your wherever Java is located. It automatically takes wherever Java is located, the installation of Java folder, that is Java home, and it will ask you where you want to install Eclipse IDE. So that location also will be given to us automatically. So if you want to change it to other location, you can even change it. And it's going to create a shortcut on your desktop, and it's going to create even start menu entry. Our work is only to click on this install button. Just we have to click on this install button. So it's going to start installation process here. Just the green bar will be going on till the installation is completed. The installation is complete. What you just to close your window. Let me cancel. So once installation is completed, just to close the window, and you can find a shortcut on your desktop like this. You can find a Eclipse shortcut on your desktop. Just we have to run this application. Whenever we want to open Eclipse, just to run this shortcut. There. One more point. Some cases, when you download this installer, after installation, during installation, you may face some problems, or you are unable to open Eclipse IDE. So when you are facing some problem to work with Eclipse, then the other way of going with Eclipse is the other way. They have given other way of going with Eclipse also. So once you open this page, here in this page, you can find download packages. The other way of going with Eclipse is, instead of downloading the installer, if you are facing some problem with the installer, the other way of getting Eclipse is, we have to go with what option? Download packages. So just to click on this download packages. Then, however, it is going to show you to go with installer. It will try the Eclipse installer, and it will even go with the different operating systems here. So for which operating system you want to go, you can go here. Or if the installer is not working, what is the other way? Going with packages here. If you scroll down, we can see the packages here. Okay, Eclipse IDE packages, where you can go for Java developers or enterprise Java developers. So what we have to choose in our case, this one, enterprise Java developers. So based on your operating system, you can click over here. Okay, then, so in our case it is Windows, so I'm going with Windows. Then it's going to download a zip file here. What it's going to do? It's going to download a zip file. Okay, just our work is to click on this download button. So here no need to do installation process here. You need not go for installation. It's just going to download the zip file for us. Okay, let me cancel this. Once the zip file is downloaded, so in our case, it is present in downloads folder. So this is the one which has been downloaded for us. So it's a zip file. Then here what we need to do, once the download is completed, so when you go for packages, it always goes with a zip file or tar file, depends on operating system. So what we have to do, just right click on this and just to say extract to a folder, extract to the folder, then the folder will get created. Let me cancel. Already I have done this part. So this is the folder which has been created for us. This is the folder which has been created. Now when you open this folder, you can find Eclipse folder. In this you can find Eclipse application. In this you can find Eclipse application. This you make it as shortcut on desktop. So right click and say send it to desktop. Desktop as shortcut. So I have shown two ways. One is go with installer. So when you go with installer, it automatically creates Eclipse shortcut on your desktop. And if the installer is not working, you have to go with what? Packages. So when you go with packages, it is going to download the zip file. We have to just extract it. Wherever it may download, just we have to extract it. In that you can find Eclipse folder. In that Eclipse folder, you can find Eclipse application. That you make it as shortcut on desktop. Anything is fine. Finally, both the things are same only. Clear up here, all of you? How to get Eclipse on our system? Any questions? Right? No. So once you open Eclipse, see here, once you open Eclipse, once you run Eclipse, the first step what it is going to ask you is select a directory as a workspace. So the meaning of workspace is a folder where you want to create your Java projects. So any folder, whichever the folder you want to work, it's up to you. So in our case, for this batch, I want to use the folder to create Java projects. So just to click on browse. I want to choose the folder here, D drive. I want to work in D drive 2022 the current year, Java Online 8. Java Online 8. Then I want to create a folder here, Java programs. Don't get confused, any folder your wish. Okay, XYZ. Any folder, wherever you want to store your Java programs, it's up to you. So in our case, I want to work in D drive 2022, Java Online 8, and here I'm creating a folder Java programs. In this folder, I want to create all our Java projects. Okay, so just select some folder here, your wish, and just click on launch. Then in this, what is this Java Online 8? That is our batch number. So what is our batch number? Java Online 8 in 2022 year. So what is the need of this batch number for you is, do you need to remember this batch number is optional. So what is the use of this batch number for you is only one use. Whatever the recordings I'm sending to you, please download onto your local machine. Whatever the recordings I'm sending, please download onto your local machine. After some years, if you lose your recordings, just put a mail to me along with your batch number to get your own recordings. That's only the use of batch number. Okay, so whatever the recordings I'm sending, please download clearly because I'm going to clean my drive. So if you miss out in future after some years, just if you mention your batch number, you can use your own recordings. And even if you forget your batch number, no worries. By using your email ID also, I can track your batch number. Okay, right? Now, once we open Eclipse, it's opening. So once we open Eclipse, it is going to show the welcome page for us. Just you can close this welcome page. So this is the way how Eclipse IDE looks. So this is the place in this Project Explorer. This is the place where we can see our project names and the file names. And this is the place where we see our source codes. Right. Now let us start developing the application. Developing an Eclipse application, developing a Java application in Eclipse IDE. Compulsory, if you are totally new to this, compulsory you have to practice it. Okay, so within 1 or 2 days, you will automatically good with Eclipse. Automatically you will be cope up with this Eclipse. It's very simple. Okay. So the first step is we have to create a Java project. We have to create what? A Java project. Let me show this. Open Eclipse. So how to create a Java project is in the menu, go with File, New, and in this list, go with the project here. File, New, Project. And in this, select Java project and say Next. Then it will ask you the project name. So go with any project name XYZ. I'm going with my project. Then just click on Finish button. just give the project name and click on finish button. Then when it asks you create model info.java, don't forget, click on don't create. Don't worry about modules now. Just our work is just to click on don't create. That's it. And say open perspective. Let me document how to create a Java project. Click on file, new project. Then after that we need to project. In that we have to say Java project. Then click next. It will ask you the project name. So I'm going with the name like my project, your wish, and click finish. Then when it will ask you create model info .java, click don't create. Right, so that completes our project creation. See here you can see in Project Explorer or Package Explorer, you can see the project name. Now in this project we have to create a class. So whenever you want to create a new Java program, we have to create a class here. So the next step is create a class. Create a class in Java project. So what is the name of the project here for us? My project. So how to create a class is just right click on my project and say new class. Right click on my project and say new class. Go with the name of the class. I'm going with welcome here. Okay. To run a Java program, which method is required inside the class? Main method. So just we have to make a check mark to main method here. Then click on finish button. So the use of IDEs is like some piece of code is written by IDE for us. So in the case of Notepad, every character we should type. But in the case of IDEs, it's going to create the class with main method inside. So here you can see the class with main method inside. So some burden is reduced to the programmer not to type this class name and main method inside. So just it's going to reduce a burden to the developers. That's the use of IDEs. So how to create a class? Whenever you want to create a new Java program, we have to create a class here. How to create? Right click on my project and say new class. It will ask you the name. I'm giving you the name as welcome and make check mark to main method and click finish. That's it. Now write the code here. So if I want to display a message, what we have to say? We have to use the class system with a member out and with a method println. And the message should go in double quotes. And see, every statement should end with semicolon. So if you are not ending with semicolon, see in line number 3, it is automatically highlighting with red color. So the errors, the syntax errors are the compile time errors. In Eclipse IDE, they are highlighted in red color. So when you see any red color lines, that means they are errors, compile time errors. And if you keep mouse pointer on this red color line, you can see the message syntax error, insert semicolon. So in the case of Eclipse, it is auto compile. While typing the code only, the code will get compiled here. You need not compile it. Just keep semicolon to remove that error. Then save it. File, save, or you can use the shortcut in your shortcut toolbar, save it. Right? So what is our next step? Type the following code in welcome.java. So type this piece of code in welcome.java. The final step, no need to compile, it is auto compile. The next step, run the application. Welcome.java. Just we have to run, no need to compile. How to run the application is just right click on this welcome.java and say run as Java application. Right click on welcome.java and say run as Java application. which open console and displays the message welcome in console. This is our output screen. This is our output screen. So what are the result you want to see for your application? That will be displayed in console screen. So what is our next step? Run the application. How to run? Right click on welcome.java and say run as Java application. Run as Java application. So, which opens the console and displays welcome in console. That's it. That completes our first application here. Clear everyone? Any questions? Any questions, anyone? No. Let us move to the next one, shortcuts. Eclipse IDE shortcuts. So let me show the shortcuts first, then I will document. Now, let us suppose you forgot to make a check mark to main method. So if you forgot to make a check mark to main method, if you forgot to make a check mark to main method, so the main method will not come here for us. So just it's going to create the class welcome. Now if I want to go with main method inside class, just what we need to do, just we have to type main. Just we have to type the word main, and on your keyboard we have to press Control space enter. On your keyboard we have to press Control space enter, combination Control key then space then enter key. Then it's going to create main method with curly braces. Now to go with the system.out.println, just to type sysout. Just we should type sysout, and on your keyboard press Control space. On your keyboard press what? Control space. Then it's going to create system.out.println. Then and what are the message you want to display? Can display here. Welcome. Then. Now, if you run the program, how to run the program? Right click and say run as Java application. Okay. So which open console and displays welcome. One more way of running the program is the keyboard shortcut is in the menu. In the menu, you can see run option. See in the menu, you can see run option and you can see run, and the keyboard shortcut is Control F11. Keyboard shortcut to run the program is Control F11. You can even from your keyboard, you can even press Control F11 function key. So it's going to open and shows the result here. One more way of running is you can even see this one in the shortcut toolbar, the green shaped symbol. Even if you click on this symbol, the program is going to run for us. So different ways of running. The next shortcut is I want to go with comment. I want to comment our program. So like this, to display welcome message onto the screen. So we want to comment this line. So to go for single line comment, just on your keyboard press Control/. So when you say Control/, it's going to go for single line comment. Now, if you want to go with multi-line comment, if you want to comment multiple lines, we have to select the lines first. We have to select the lines, and on your keyboard we have to press Control/. Control// will go for multi-line comment. To increase the font size of your program, Control equal to, which you can find below plus symbol, Control equal to will increase font size, Control minus will decrease font size. Alright. Let me document these parts, and we'll be learning so many other shortcuts in future. So the first one, public static void main string array args. The keyboard shortcut is type main and press control space and enter key. To go with the system.out.println, the keyboard shortcut is type sysout and press control space. To run the application, the keyboard shortcut is control F11, the function key F11. To comment, single line, that is // shortcut is control /. To comment multiple lines, that is control / /star and end with again //. The shortcut is we have to select the lines which you want to comment and press control shift/. To increase font size, the shortcut is control equal to, which you can find below plus symbol. To decrease font size, the keyboard shortcut is control minus. Right? These are some of the basic shortcuts what we have learned today. So anyone having any questions up to here? Right? Yeah. So let me stop here today as I'm having urgent meeting to attend with my client. So tomorrow I'm going to start off with the basics part. Okay, I'll be starting with the basics part, and from day after tomorrow we'll be start writing the programs and you'll be getting the assignments to work on every day. Right? Yeah. So practice this Eclipse compulsory if you are totally new to this Eclipse. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ram.
This conference will now be recorded.
So in the last class, we have seen about how to go with Eclipse IDE and how to develop a Java application in Eclipse IDE. So anyone having any questions before we move further? Right. Yeah. Hello, Uday. Hello, Ujwala.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hi. So today let us start off with the next part of our course, that is Java basics. So in this basics, we will be learning the basic terminology of programming, like the meaning of keywords, variables, data types. Then we go discuss about operators, if statement, switch statement, while loop, do while loop, for loop. Here it is more of programming. This is the place where we increase our programming and logical skills. So let us start off today with the first term, keyword. So the meaning of keyword is like a keyword is a reserved word. A keyword is a reserved word or predefined word whose meaning is known to the compiler, directly. So compiler will understand these words automatically. Then all keywords in Java are small case letters. How to remember the case sensitivity? All are in small case letters. Then some of the examples of keywords are like public, static, void, main, class, if, else, switch, while, do, for, break, continue, try, catch, like this. So these are some of the examples of keywords. In these keywords, in these words, there is one word. There is one word which is not a keyword. Don't say etc. Don't say etc. From this list of words, there is one word which is not a keyword. Can you identify that?
Void. Static.
No.
Is it continue?
No.
Catch.
No.
Public.
No.
Try or catch maybe in.
Break.
Do.
Public.
Not public. Already I said no. Come on, what happened?
Main function.
Main is not a keyword. It's
main, right? Main is a method name. It's a method name. It's not a keyword. Remember, it's not a keyword. It's a method. How to identify method? We end with what here? Like this, parenthesis. Right? It's a method, not a keyword. Okay. Next term is variable. The meaning of variable is like whenever you want to store some data, like example, when you want to store something like a roll number, we require some memory space to store roll number. If I want to store something like employee name, we require some memory space to store employee name. So the name what we are giving to the memory space, these names only we call them as what? Variables. Variables are mainly used to hold the data. So how to define a variable is like a variable is an identifier which allocates some memory space, which occupies some memory space. Now, when we are giving the name to the variables, we have to follow some rules here. Rules for identifiers. When we say identifiers, it can be your variable name, or it can be your method name, or it can be your class name. So when you are giving the name to the variable or method or class, we have to follow some rules in Java. The rules are like can contain capital A to Z, small a to Z, 0 to 9 digits, underscore, and dollar. Only these symbols are allowed in your variable names. Hello, Azad.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hi. Right. So we are discussing about basics part where we discussed about keyword up to now. Keyword means there are some words which can be understood by your language directly. Now we are discussing about variable. It's an identifier which allocates some memory space, and we are discussing the rules here. So when you are going with the name of the variable, we have to follow some rules like can contain capital A to Z, small a to Z, 0 to 9, underscore, and dollar. They cannot start with a digit. A variable name cannot start with a digit, means in between 0 to 9. They cannot be a keyword. It cannot be a keyword. They, like examples, the valid identifiers, The valid names are like employee number. It's a valid one. Item name underscore is also allowed. Rule number 1 to 3. So even we can go with the digits. Then employee salary dollar is also allowed. Then coming to invalid, these are important as a beginner. Invalid identifiers are like employee name. Why this is invalid?
A space in between the name.
Right. Yeah. Space is not allowed. Then 1 to 3 item number.
Started with the number.
Yeah. Cannot start with a digit. You cannot start with a digit. Okay. Customer number. Why this is invalid?
Has the pound sign?
Yeah, hash is not allowed. Hash is not allowed. Only two special symbols are allowed, that is underscore and dollar only. No other symbols are allowed. Okay. While. Why this is invalid?
Keyword?
The keyword.
It cannot be a, yeah, it's a keyword, so cannot be a keyword. Right? Now, let us move to the next one, very, very important for today's class. That is data type. The meaning of data type is like type of data the variable holds. Type of data the variable holds is called as data type. Like example, if you are allocating some memory space for age variable, in age we generally store some value like 20. So a numeric value without any decimal point. This we call it as integer. This we call integer. So if you go with some memory space, if I say something like name, we store some collection of characters, then we call it as string. We call it as what here? String. If you are taking some memory space and if you are going something like height, we store a value like 5.9. So when you are having a numeric value with a decimal point, we call it as float. So the type of data, what variable holds, that we call it as what? Data type. In Java, we are having two types here. In Java, we are having two types. They are primitive data types and reference data types. Primitive and reference. So let us initially go with primitive. All the basic data types comes under primitive. Other than primitive, remaining all are reference. So let us initially go with primitive data types. So in Java, we are having totally 8 primitive data types. In Java, we are having totally 8 primitive data types. Let me go with the list using a diagram, a table. So in Java, we are in total 8. Remember the count so that we can get the list easily. Data type, size, and default value. Data type, size, and default value. Now, so in Java, we are in totally 8 primitive data types. They are byte, dot, char, int, long, float, double, and boolean. So these are the 8 primitive data types. Now, all these are keywords. So they are smaller case letters. Now coming to this size, before we go to size, let us understand a concept called as declaration of variable. Declaration of variable. So why we need to declare the variable is, in order to allocate some memory space for variable, we need to declare. Without declaring the variable, we cannot store the data. So to allocate memory, we have to declare compulsory. So what is the need of declaration? In order to allocate memory space for variable, we need to declare the variable. We need to declare the variable. The syntax of declaring the variable is, we go with the data type. We have to mention the data type space variables here. Variable list like variable 1, comma, variable 2, comma, like this variable 3, comma, like that variable n. And every statement should end with semicolon. Like example, we can say int a comma b. So a and b are what type here? Integers. A value, a numeric value without any decimal point, integer. So what are the examples of integers? Like any value without decimal point, including 0, also positives or negatives. Then character C. So what do you mean by character? A value with single quotes. Any value within single quotes, they are what? Characters. Any value in single quotes, they are characters. Then float F. What do you mean by float? A value with a decimal point. A value with a decimal point, either positives or negatives. Now, once we declare the variable, it's going to allocate memory space for your variables. How much memory space it's going to occupy in RAM, how much memory space it's going to occupy, that's the meaning called as size here. If the variable is of type byte, it occupies 1 byte of memory. Short means 2 bytes. Character also 2 bytes. Integer 4 bytes. Long 8 bytes. Then float 4 bytes. Double 8 bytes. Boolean 1 bit. When you go for Boolean, it is 1 bit. So when we go for Boolean, Boolean can store only 2 values. Boolean b1 equal to true or Boolean b2 equal to false. So Boolean can store only 2 values, either true or false. So when we say true, the internal value what it stores is 1, and when we say false, the internal value what it stores is 0. So when we say true, internal value is 1, for false 0. To store 1 and 0, we require 1 bit of memory. Clear up here, all of you? Any questions?
No, sir.
Right. Now, coming to the next one, default value. So when you take the programming languages like C or C++, when we declare a variable like int n, it's going to allocate memory space for n variable, and the value present in this variable, we cannot say what value it holds. What value it contains, we cannot say. So this we call it as garbage or unknown value. This we call it as what? Garbage or unknown value. We don't know what value it holds. Okay. Coming to Java, in the case of Java, if you declare a variable int n, it's going to allocate memory space for n variable. It's going to allocate memory space for n variable, and if you are not giving any value to the variable, it goes with a value 0. This we call it as default value. In the case of Java, there is no concept of garbage values. In case of Java, there is no concept of what? Garbage values. It goes with default values. As a programmer, if you are not giving any value to a variable, Java is going to give default value. So it depends on the data type of the variable. If the variable is of type byte, so for all integral types like byte, short, integer, long, these four we call integral types, where the value it have 0, default is 0. For character, a single space. And for floating types like float and double, the default value is 0.0. And for Boolean, it is false. Let me write this once again. Default values. So for all integral types like byte, short, in, long, the default is 0. Integral means a value without decimal point. For floating types, what do you mean by floating? A value with a decimal point, like float and double, the default is 0.0. For character, it is a single space, and for Boolean, it is false. Right there. Now let us understand why we are having 4 integral types and 2 floating types. Let us understand that. When you take a variable of type byte, in byte we can store a value between minus 128 to 127 only. When you take a variable of type byte, we can store a value between minus 128 to 127. This we call range of byte. Now, if you want to store a bigger value than byte range, then we have to go with the short. So when you go with the short, we can store a value between minus 32768 to 32767. This is the range of short here. Then, if you want to store a bigger value than short range, then we go with integer. If I want to store a bigger value than integer range, we go with long. Similar way, if you want to store a bigger value than float range, we go with a double. And no need to remember the ranges. No one will ask you about the ranges. Right? Like example, if I want to store a value like 100, then which data type will you prefer to use here?
Byte.
Byte, right? We go with byte here. If I go with long, unnecessarily 7 bytes will get wasted, right? So when I use byte, it occupies only 1 byte. But if I use long, unnecessarily 7 bytes will get wasted. So based on the size, we'll go to the respective data type here. So only to save the memory, they have given different data types to us, right? Any questions up to here? No. The next one, reference data types. So other than this 8 primitive, remaining all are reference like arrays and classes. Arrays and classes comes under reference type. So when you say class, it can be your predefined classes or even user-defined classes. So what do you mean by examples like? What are the predefined classes? Predefined classes are like string, system, math, exception, like this. These are predefined. Coming to user-defined. User-defined classes means like welcome, employee, person, student, like this. These are user-defined. Either it may be predefined or user-defined, we call them as reference type. And even arrays also comes under reference type. So remember, string is not primitive data type. It's a reference data type and it's a class. It's not a keyword. Some people will think that string is a keyword here. No, it's not a keyword. It's a class here in Java. Okay, where S is capital here. Right? There. So more about reference types we'll discuss after the basics. Once we complete basics, we'll come to this reference data types. So in this basics, we'll be concentrating on primitive types only. Now, pairing some important points on data types. Here, default values are applicable only to the data members of the class, not for local variables. So how to differentiate data member and local variable? Both are variables only. Data members are also variables. Local variables are also variables. How to differentiate is, how to know data member is declared within a class. So when you declare a variable within class, we call data member, and how to identify local variable is declared within a method. So when you declare any variable inside a method, we call local variable. Other than local variable, remaining all are data members only. Let me explain this point. If you take a class sample, if I declare any variable inside the class, we call it as data member. We call it as what? Data member. Now, if you take a method like xxx, how to identify method? We end with parentheses like this. Then here, if you declare any variable inside the method, we call it as local variable. If you declare any variable inside method is local variable. Other than local variable, remaining all are data members only. Now, to run the program, we require main method. So I'm going only with part of main here. I'm writing only part of main. In this main method, before this, in this method xxx, let us print the value of n, SOP n. Understand carefully. What is this SOP in the document? In the document, whenever we say SOP, it is system.out.println. So instead of writing this complete system.out.println, in the document I'll be writing SOP. And what is the use of this? Use it to display messages or the value of variables, or both. Now, so here we are printing the value of n. That to run the program, we require main method. In the main method, we'll create object of sample class. How to create objects? I said class name, object name equal to new class name. Then, after creating object, by using this object, using dot operator, if you take the value of m, what is the value of m? It's going to display for us here.
0.
Very good. It goes with what? 0, default value. Because we did not give any value to m, it takes the default value. Now by using object, if you call the method xxx, it will go to the method xxx. We have taken one local variable, and if you are printing the value of n here, what's the value of n? It's going to print here
0.
But see the point here. See the point. What is the point? See, default values are only for data members, not for local variables. So it won't go with 0. What is going to happen in Java is it goes with error. In Java, it goes with what? Error. And the message is local variable n should be initialized. Okay, so local variable n should be initialized. What's the meaning of initialized? When you take any local variable, before using the local variable, we should give some value to the local variable. If I take any local variable, before using it, we should give some value to the local variable. That's the meaning called as initialization. If you are not having any value to local variable, and if you are trying to use that variable for either for printing or even for processing, this will go with error. So what is the point to remember? Local variables need to be initialized. Local variables need to be initialized. The next point, memory allocation. Memory allocation for reference data type is done during runtime using new operator. So memory allocation for reference type is done during runtime using new operator. That's the reason when you are creating object of class sample, since sample is a class, comes under reference type, to allocate memory for object we use new operator. So more about this point we will discuss again. One more point, default value for reference data type, default value for reference data type is null. So if you take any reference data type, default value is null. Like example, if you take a string S, if it is data member only, now if you print the value of S, it goes with what here? Null. Because default value is only for data members. If there is no value to this string S, it's going to take null. This is not only for string, any reference type you take, default value is null. Clear everyone? Any questions? Everything will be shown to you practically, okay? Now, let us move to the next one, next concept, typecasting. Typecasting. What is this typecasting? Is converting primitive type into reference type, or converting from one primitive type into another primitive type, or converting from one reference type into another reference type. Another reference type is called as typecasting. So when you are converting one primitive to another primitive, or one reference to another reference, we call typecasting. There. Now, we are having two types of casting here. Types of casting, they are implicit casting and explicit casting. Implicit and explicit. So let us initially go with implicit. Implicit means automatic conversion. We need not do anything. When it applies implicit casting is converting lower data type into higher data type. When you are converting lower data type into higher data type, it goes with implicit. So how to know which is lower and how to know which is higher? By seeing the sizes. So like example, byte is lower than short. Short is lower than integer. Short is lower than double. Integer is lower than long, like this. We have to see the sizes. Like example, if you take a variable integer n equal to 100, and if you are trying to assign to long, no worries, because integer is 4 bytes, long is 8 bytes. So I'm converting lower to higher. The conversion will happen automatically. Now if you print the value of x, it will be 100 here. Okay. One more example. If you take short is equal to 45, and if you are trying to convert into double, then since short is 2 bytes, double is 8 bytes. So lower to higher, the conversion will happen automatically. The value of D will be now 45.0. It is going to add .0. One more good example. If you take a character C equal to capital A, and if you are trying to convert into integer, character is 2 bytes, integer is 4 bytes, the conversion will happen. Now if you print the value of n, then what is the value of n? Can anyone guess?
Error?
The value of n will be?
Error?
Not L.
The ASCII value of A.
ASCII value of A, what is that? 65. What is the value of ASCII value for A? 65. Okay, so understand here. So when you take the programming languages like C or C++, supports ASCII values. Supports ASCII values, which contains 256 symbols only. When you go for ASCII values, it contains 256 symbols. When you take Java, .NET, PHP, Python, supports Unicode values. Unicode values, which contains 65536 symbols. In Unicode, we are having totally 65536 symbols. And remember, ASCII codes are subset of Unicodes. So whatever the ASCII codes we are having, they are all subset of Unicodes. So whatever the ASCII codes we are having for 256 symbols, it will remain same for Unicode also. This 65, either you can call ASCII code or Unicode. In Java, we call it as Unicode of character A. So it's going to return what here? It's going to display Unicode here for us. So no need to remember Unicodes, no one will ask you. Coming to the next one, explicit casting. So when it applies explicit, it's reverse way, converting higher data type, into lower data type, reverse way. Like example, if you take long x equal to 100, and if you are trying to assign to integer, this will go with error. Because long is 8 bytes, integer is 4 bytes, the conversion will not happen here. It will go with error. But our requirement says to convert long to integer, that is our requirement. Then how to do is, we have to say like this, int n equal to, in parenthesis, we have to mention the type of data, what you want to convert. What type of data you want to convert, you have to mention in parenthesis and say x here. So mentioning like this, what type of data you want to convert, this only we call explicit casting. Now if you print the value of n, it will be 100. If you take a double, d equal to 35.5, and if you are trying to assign to byte, goes with what? Error. Then how to convert? Byte b equal to, in parenthesis, we have to mention the data type which you want to convert and say d. Now the value of b will be, it takes only 35, only decimal part. Fraction part will be ignored. This fraction part will be ignored. If you take integer n equal to 65, and if you are trying to assign to character, goes with error. Then how to convert? Character c equal to, in parenthesis, say char and say n. Now the value of c will be capital A. One more good example. If you take a variable float with a value 3.14, in float, can we store a value with a decimal point?
Yes, we can.
That's right. But what is going to happen in Java is, it will go with error in Java. This is an error in Java. The reason is, in Java, a value with a decimal point, is double data type. So this is what type here? Double. So I'm trying to assign double to float. Since double is higher than float, it will go with error. So what is the point to remember? Since in Java, a value with a decimal point is double data type. It's our type here double. So when you are trying to assign double to float, it's an error. Then how to give value to float here now? Float f equal to, you can say float and say 3.14, or float f equal to 3.14 end with either small f or end with capital F. Either you can end with small f or capital F. Okay. So whenever you are giving float value, end with either small f or capital F. Remember this. Got it? Any questions up to here?
Sir, so assume that I have a variable with long, and I have a value assigned to that, which is beyond my integer range. And if I convert that, will it show an error, or will it take the maximum value of the?
It won't go with any error. I'll show that. I'll show you what is going to happen practically to you today. Okay. All right. Now, so whatever the learning we have done about default values, about this typecasting. So how to show you practically? I have to open Eclipse, right? I have to open Eclipse. I have to create a class with main method and type the program and run it, right? These many steps I need to do. Instead of doing these many steps, Java has given one tool for us called as JShell tool. Java has given one tool for us. What is JShell tool? Okay, this one got added in Java 9 version. From which version we can use this? Java 9 version. It's only for learning purpose, not to create any bigger projects. Only for learning we use this tool. In reality, we use IDEs like Eclipse or IntelliJ. This is for learning purpose only. Okay. What is this? Is JShell is an interactive tool to execute the Java statements. To execute what? Java statements. Then, now, to open JShell tool, what we need to do is open command prompt or terminal, and we have to use the command JShell here. Let me show this. In my case, it is command prompt. We have to just use what command? JShell. Just to type the command JShell. Then it's going to show JShell prompt to us. It will show JShell prompt. So here it is going to show JShell prompt. Here we can type our Java statements like this. System.out.println. Welcome to JShell. So this message will be displayed back to us. See. So I need not create any class with main method, compile and run. All the things are not required at JShell. Just directly we can execute our Java statements. Now, coming to default values. What is the default value for integer? 0. See here, proved. What's the default value for double? 0.0. What's the default value for boolean? False. What's the default value for string reference type? Null. Okay. Coming to typecasting, if we take integer n equal to 100 and I want to convert into long, since integer is lower than long, the conversion will happen automatically. If we take short, s equal to some 45, if I am converting into double, so since short is smaller than double, the conversion will happen automatically. That's .0. If we take character c equal to capital A, and if you are trying to convert into integer, the value of n will be 65, ASCII code or Unicode. Then, coming to explicit casting, if we take long x equal to 100, and if you are trying to convert into integer, then it will go with error, and the message is possible loss of conversion from long to integer. Then how to convert? Int n equal to, provide in parenthesis and say x here. Okay. Then the value of n will be 100. Now, if you take double, d equal to some 55.5, if I convert into byte, it will go with error. Conversion from long to double to byte. Then how to convert? We have to provide in parenthesis byte and say d. Now the value of b will be only 55, only takes decimal part. If we take integer n equal to 65, if we are trying to assign to character, goes with error. Then how to convert? Character c equal to in parenthesis say character and say n. The value of c will be now capital A. If you are going with float, a value with a decimal point goes with error because a value with a decimal point is double type here. I cannot convert double to float directly. Then how to give value to float? By ending with either small f or capital. Clear all of you? The practically the things what we discussed up to now. Right? So this is a simple basic tool. It's only for learning purpose. Whether your learning is correct or wrong, we can check. If you are having some doubts, we can check it JShell tool. Instead of opening Eclipse, creating a class with main method, running. Okay, instead of that, we can directly check over here. Right? There. Uday, you asked a question. Right? Like, what is the range of byte? Range of byte is minus
within 127. Yeah.
127 to 127, right? Minus 128 to 127. Okay. Now, let us take a variable short is equal to 128. Now I want to convert into byte here. I want to convert into byte. I'm assigning s. So will it convert here? Can we convert short to byte directly?
No,
right? Byte is 1 byte. So it will go with error. Now how to convert byte? B equal to, we say in byte and say s. But what is the value of s here? 128. So can we store that 128 into byte here? Here? Is it storing? But what is happening here? It is making it as minus 128, right? Minus 128. So it's converting, no problem. Now, one more example I'll take. If you take short as 129, now if I convert into byte, then what is the value now? Minus 127. Can you see that? So how it is coming? What's happening here? After 127, it is going to move like a cycle here. It goes like a cycle. It goes like a cycle here. When it crosses the range, it will go to the cycle. That means 128, positive number 128 means it will make it as minus 128. 129 means it will make it as minus 127. Like that, it will become like a cycle here. Clear, Uday?
Yeah, got it, sir. Yeah, it's clear.
Right? Same thing for even any data type. Even if you go with long and if you cross integer range, it will come like a cycle here. It will become like a cycle. Okay. It won't go with any errors. It won't say that it is out of range. Okay. Okay. How to come out of JShell? /exit. /exit will come out of JShell. Okay. At JShell prompt, you can go with a message system.out.println. Welcome to JShell. It is going to display here like this. Welcome to JShell. To exit at your JShell prompt, that's a /exit. Okay, then it is going to come out of JShell tool. Right? So very simple tool, very easy tool. When you are learning, you can check it, whether your learning is correct or wrong by using JShell tool very easily. Right? So any questions, anyone? So tomorrow we'll go with the next part of our course, the basics part, where I'm going to discuss about operators and even scanner class. Even what? Scanner class. So once we discuss scanner class, we start writing some programs And even I'm going to start giving assignments to you from tomorrow. Right? Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
This conference will now be recorded.
So in the last class, we started with the basics part and we have seen about the meaning of keyword, variables and data types. So today the objective is we'll go with the operators and scanner class so that we can start writing some coding from today onwards. So let us initially start with operators. So the meaning of operators are like plus, minus, greater than, less than. These symbols only we call operators. So these operators are divided into some categories like arithmetic operators like plus, minus, asterisk, star, slash, percentile. This percentile is used for modulus. This percentile we call it as modulus operator and it is mainly used to give the remainder. We are having a relational operators like greater than, less than, greater than equal to, less than equal to and not equal. This exclamation equal is not equal. Logical operators. So logical operators are like two AND symbols which we call AND, two pipe symbols which we call OR, exclamation is not. Assignment operators. Assignment operators are like equal to, plus equal to, minus equal to, star equal to, slash equal to and mod equal to. Hello, Ajat. The next one, conditional operator, which is only one question mark, even we call it as ternary operator. The next one, increment and decrement operators. So which are plus plus and minus minus. So let us discuss these operators in detail now. Let us go with the first one, arithmetic operators. So in this, plus means for addition, minus hyphen symbol is for subtraction, star asterisk symbol is for multiplication, slash is for division, and percentile we call modulus. This is mainly to give remainder. So in this, we won't have any confusion with the addition, subtraction, multiplication, but people will have confusion with division and percentile. That is slash and percentile symbol. Let me take an example. When you write here 5/2, what is the result? When you say 5/2, what is the result? It's a what here? 2. Some people will say 2.5. That's not correct. The answer is what here? 2. So if the numerator is integer, denominator is also integer, then it will go with quotient. It goes with what here? Quotient. When you write 5 mod 2, then it is going to give 1. So when you divide 5 with 2, what is the remainder? 1. So slash is for quotient, mod is for remainder. If you write like this, 5.0/2. So if the numerator is fraction part, then we get the result also fraction. Or if denominator is fraction part, then we get result as fraction. If both are fraction part, then we get result as fraction only. But if the numerator is integer, denominator is integer, we go with quotient and remainders here. Now, the next one, relational operators. The use of relational operators is used to form the conditions. Used to form the conditions. The meaning of condition is like comparisons. So comparing one value with another value. Like example, if you take a variable age whose value is whose value is 20. Or let me say 10. If you take age whose value is 20. Now if you compare like this, age less than or equal to 20. Age less than or equal to 20. So this comparison we call it as condition. So in this example, is this condition true or false?
True.
It's true.
It's a true condition. It's a true. That is 10 less than or equal to 20 true. So always remember, a condition can be either true or false, but it cannot be both. So a condition can be either true or false, but it cannot be both. Don't say true and false. Okay. Then, now, if we write like this, age double equal to 10. So single equal to means assignment. The meaning of assignment means the value 10 will go and store into age variable. Double equal to is comparison, means it is going to check whether the value of age is equal to 10 or not. So double equal to is, it's going to do what here? Checks for equality. So what is the difference between single equal to and double equal to? Single equal to means assignment, means 10 will go and store into age. Double equal to is like comparison. It's going to check whether age is equal to 10 or not. The next one, logical operators. The use of logical operators is used to join the conditions. Use it for what? To join the conditions. Like example, let us suppose if you are accepting marks in 3 subjects. You are accepting marks in 3 subjects. Now, if every mark is greater than or equal to 40, if every mark is greater than or equal to 40, we'll say the result is pass. Then how will you form the condition now? Mark 1 greater than or equal to 40, mark 2 greater than or equal to 40, mark 3 greater than or equal to 40. So when you want to ensure all the conditions should be true, then we have to join the conditions with AND. We have to join conditions with what here? AND. So when you join with AND, if all conditions are true, then the entire condition will be true here. Then we'll say the result as pass. The student is pass. Now, if you get any 1 mark less than 40, if you get any 1 mark less than 40, the result is fail. Then how will you form condition? Mark 1 less than 40, mark 2 less than 40, mark 3 less than 40. Anyone means we have to join the condition with R symbol here. We have to join with R. So when you join with R, if one condition also true, the entire condition will become true. Then we'll say the result is what here? Fail. So what is the point to remember? In case of AND, all conditions should be true. In case of OR, any one condition can be true. Any one condition can be true. And what about not? It's like negation, means if the condition is true, it makes it as false. False means true. Clear everyone up to here? Any questions?
No, Raj.
Right? Okay. So everything will be discussing through programs also when we start with control statements. Now, the next one, assignment operators. This even we call it as shortcut or shorthand operators. Like example, if you take a variable x equal to 5 and when you write x equal to x plus 5, this we call expression. This we call what? Expression. After this expression, what is the value of x?
10.
10. The value of x is what here? 10. So how it writes internally? X equal to 5 plus 5. That will become 10. Then the same expression, we can write using shorthand operators. How to write is using shorthand. If there is same variable before equal to and after equal to. I'm repeating. If there is same variable before equal to and after equal to, write that variable only one time. And what is the operator we are using here? Plus. then you can convert it as plus equal to 5. So you need not repeat x 2 times. That's the reason the name has come shorthand. So both the meanings are same. Either you can use x equal to x plus 5 in your program or x plus equal to 5 in your program. Both are same result only. One more example. If you take a variable y equal to 10, if you take the variable y equal to 10, then if you write y equal to y into 20, if you write y equal to y into 20, then what is the value of y after this expression?
200.
200, right? It is right internally 10 into 20, it is 200, right? Then how to write using shorthand now? How to write using shorthand?
Y star equals to 20.
That's it, y star equal to 20. So since there is same variable before equal to after equal to, write that y one time, and what is the operator star, convert it as star equal to and say 20 here. That's it. The next one, conditional operator. Even we call it as ternary operator. The syntax of conditional operator is, it is used to check a condition. It is used to check a condition. Then we go with question mark. Then we'll write here expression 1 colon expression 2. Expression 1 colon expression 2. So what is going to happen here is, first it's going to check the condition. If the condition is true, it will execute expression 1. If the condition is false, it will execute expression 2. It will go to expression 2. So what is the point here? It is used to check a condition, and if the condition is true, it will execute expression 1. Else, if the condition is false, it will execute expression 2. Like example, if you take two numbers like n1 equal to 10 and n2 equal to 5. Now out of these two, we want to know which is big. Then we will write like this, int big equal to, we'll compare n1 greater than n2. If the value of n1 is greater than n2, then we say question mark and we give n1 value to big, else n2 to value to big. Now if you print big value, so what is the value of big it's going to print here? 10 greater than 5, yes, the condition is true. So when the condition is true, this n1 value will come and store into big. Then when you print big, what it's going to print here? 10. Now if you take the same example, and if you make n2 as 15, so now coming to the condition, 10 greater than 15 false. So if the condition is false, it will go to expression 2, that is n2 value. It's going to take n2 value into big. Now when you print big value, it's going to print here 15 here. So if the condition is true, it goes to expression 1. False means after colon expression 2. Got it everyone? Any questions? No.
No question, sir.
Right. So I'm going to use all these operators in our programming also once we start. Now, the next one, increment and decrement operators. Increment means plus plus. So when we use plus plus, value of variable is incremented by 1. And when we say decrement, it is minus minus. Value of variable is decremented by 1. Like example, if you take x equal to 5 and when we write x plus plus, now if you print the value of x, the value of x will become 6. One value more. So when you say x plus plus, that 5 will get incremented by 1. So the value of x will become now 6 here. If you take x as 5 and when you write x minus minus, now if you print the value of x, it will be now 4, one value less. Plus plus means one value more, minus minus means one value less. Here we are in two types of increments and decrements. They are pre and post. Pre-increment, post-increment, pre-decrement, post-decrement. Now let us understand the difference between pre and post using a diagram. Previous post. Now I'm going to show the difference between pre and post for increment only. Similar way you try to work out for decrement. So this side is pre, this side is post. Now if you take a variable int x equal to 5 and when we write plus plus x here, when we write plus plus x, that means when we use plus plus operator before variable, we call it as pre. Now if you print the value of x like this, x equal to in double quotes and the value of x. Observe here, whatever we keep it in double quotes, that will get printed as it is. And the joining symbol between message and variable is what in Java? Plus symbol, the concatenation symbol plus. Then, how the output will come here? X equal to 6. It will increment to the value of x by 1. So the value of x will be 6 here. Now, coming to post, int x equal to 5. And when we write x plus plus means when we use plus plus operator after variable, we call it as post. Now if you print the value of x here, now the output will be, in this case also, the value of x will be 6 here only. So either you say plus plus x or x plus plus, the value of x will get incremented by 1. Then, now let us see when the difference comes. So in the first example, no difference. Now, let us go with one more example to show the difference. If you take int x equal to 5, now if you write the expression y equal to plus plus x, means we are assigning plus plus x to a variable y here. Now if you print the value of x and y, if you print the value of x and y, the output will come as, see the SOP statement now, x equal to as it is in double quotes. So it's going to print as it is. Then the value of x here. So it's going to print 6. Then see the symbol again, plus symbol and the value in double quotes. So whenever you want to join message and variable, the symbol is plus symbol only, or when you want to join variable and message also, the symbol is plus. So the concatenation symbol between message and variable or variable and message is plus symbol. And what you are adding here? Simple space between the values. Then again y equal to in double quotes, so it will print y equal to as it is and the value of y, which will be 6 here. Coming to post, if you write here y equal to x plus plus, then now if you print the value of x and y, the output will be, in this case, x equal to 6, but y will be 5 here. So in the case of pre, y is 6, but in the case of post, y is 5. Let me elaborate and how to remember this. Then, in the case of pre means what? Before. Pre means what here? Before. So the first step, what it is going to do is increment. I'm writing the number for your reference. The first step is what here? Increment. First, it's going to do the increment operation. Then that incremented value will be assigned to y. That's the reason y is what here? 6 here. So the second step is assignment. So in the case of pre, first it's going to do the increment operation and second step is assignment. That incremented value will go and store into y. That's the reason y is 6 here. In the case of post means later. So the first step is assignment. First, it is going to take the value of x, and that x value will be given to y first. That's the reason y is what here 5. First x value will go and store into y. Then after that, second step is increment. That's the reason x is 6 here. Got it, everyone? The difference between pre and post. One more example. If you take x equal to 5 and in SOP directly, if you write x equal to plus x, then the output will be first increment then print. So the output will be x equal to 6. First increment then print. In the case of post, if you write x equal to in double quotes and x plus, then in the case of post means after, first what it's going to do, it's going to do the print the value of x, then goes for increment. So in this case, the value of x will be 5 here. It's going to print 5. Got it, everyone? Any questions? Please recap it one more time to remember for longer time. Now, let us move to the next topic here. Scanner class. Scanner class. Scan means like read. Scan means read. Now, what is the need of going for scanner class? Let us understand. If you take a variable n and if I am giving the value 10, so who is giving value to this n variable? End user or programmer?
Ideally end user, but in this case program, hard coded.
Here it is programmer, right? Because user don't know what is this. So who is writing this piece of code? Programmer only. So who is giving value to n variable here? Programmer. Now the objective is I want to take the value into this n variable from user end. From user I want to accept some data. Like when we go to ATM we accept some data, right? Enter amount, enter PIN number. So whatever the value we type, no, that only we call user input. That only we call what? User input. So to accept that user input, we make use of what? Scanner class. So this is similar to scanner function of C language. Then, so what is this one is? Scanner is a predefined class and added in Java 5 version. From which version we got this? Java 5. The use of scanner class is, scanner class is used to accept the values into the variables, from keyboard during program execution. That is runtime. So when you are running the program, during that time, if I want to take the value into the variables, we use scanner class. One small confusion point at this level. Scanner class is present in java.util package. Scanner class is present in what? Java.util package. The meaning of package is like a folder. The meaning of package is like what? Folder. So why we create folders in our system? To store related files. Similar way, package is also used to store related classes. What is the meaning of package? It's a collection of related classes. Okay, and this scanner class is present in java.util package, means it is present in java.util folder. Okay, more about package, how to create package, everything we will discuss when we come to object oriented. So for now, like a mug-up, you remember, whenever we want to use scanner class in our program, we should write one statement like this: import java.util.scanner. Then only we can use scanner class. And what is the meaning of import? Import means take it. Go to the folder Java util folder. You go to the folder Java, under that util subfolder, and take the class scanner. That's the meaning of import here. So don't worry more on what is package and import currently. We'll discuss once again when we come to object oriented programming. Now, whenever we create a class, understand here, whenever we create a class like person, if you go with some data member like age, and if you go with a method like eat, now if I want to access these members outside of class, what we need to create?
Object.
Object.
We need to create an object. So we have to say a person equal to new person, right? We have to create object of person here. Now by using this object, now we can give value to age. By using this object, we can even call the method eat like this. So the meaning is, whenever you want to access the members of class, what we need to create? Object. Similar way, your scanner class goes with some methods. So if I want to access the methods of scanner class, we need to create object of scanner class. So let us see, creating scanner class object. So how to create object of a class? Class name, object name equal to new class name. So the object name is your wish, anything here, XYZ. This one can be anything. Now, since we want to read the data from keyboard, this scanner class object should connect to keyboard. How to connect to keyboard is, in between this parenthesis, we have to pass the argument system.in. System.out means monitor, screen. System.in means keyboard. So system.in represents keyboard. Okay. Now, in this scanner class, it goes with some methods here. Methods of scanner class. The methods are like next int. How to know it is a method? We end with parenthesis. Then, how to remember the case sensitivity of method? How to remember case sensitivity of method is, first letter of first word is small. Next one word. So first letter of first word is small and the remaining words first letter is capital. So N small, I capital. That's way to remember case sensitivity of methods. And the use of this method is used to read an integer value. Next long. By seeing the method, we can easily say use it to read a long value. Next float. Use it to read a float value. Next double. Use it to read a double value. So like that, we are having next byte, next short like that, and even a method next. The use of this one is use it to read a string value without spaces. Use it to read a string value without spaces. Then if you want to go with spaces in your string value, we have to use the method next line. Use it to read a string value with the spaces. Right? Now, let us understand with the example. If we take a variable n equal to 10, so who is giving value to n variable here? Programmer. But I want to take the value into n from user n. Then since n is of type integer, which method we have to call? Next int. So based on the data type of the variable, we should call the method. So since n is integer, we have to call next int method. Since this next int method belongs to scanner class, these all methods belongs to scanner class, then who can call this method? Using object of scanner class. So using object of scanner class, we have to call. That's the reason we have to create object of scanner class first before we call these methods. Now, if we write like this, double d equal to, what method we should write? S dot next double. Based on the data type of the variable, call the method. String name equal to s dot next or next line. Got some idea, everyone? So once we see the programs, this concept is very simple. Right? Any questions?
No, Raj.
Right. So let us go with examples to feel comfortable with this scanner class. And even I'll give assignments to you to work on scanner class. Then you feel very easy to understand about scanner. And complete this week and next week we'll be completely using scanner class only. So it will become like a basis for us finally. Now, let us start writing the programs. Write a program. Now one word I'll say WAP to find area of a rectangle. So in order to find area of a rectangle, what is the input do we require? What data do we require?
Length and breadth.
Length and breadth.
Length and breadth. So what's the formula for area? Length into breadth. Length into breadth will give area for us. Right? Now, let us write the code. I'll write here refer program rectangle.java. So when I say refer program rectangle.java, I'll be attaching this file along with the documents. Now, let us where to write the code in Eclipse. So open Eclipse. Once we open Eclipse, it'll ask to select the directory as workspace. In our case, which folder we are working? Java D drive 2022 Java online 8 7 p.m. and Java programs. Some folder your wish, any folder can work. So from the next class onwards, I'll make this Eclipse opened before the class only. So it will take some time to open Eclipse in my case. Let us close the previous program. Now, whenever we want to create a new Java program, what we have to do? We have to right click on project. Right click on project and say new. Now go with the name of the class as rectangle. To run a Java program, we require main method. So make a check mark to main method. Say finish. Now let us write the code here. Now coming to main method, if you write like this, int length equal to 10, int breadth equal to 5. So who is giving value to the variables here? Programmer. But I want to take the value of length and breadth when I'm running the program from the user end. Then in that case, we have to go with scanner class. So whenever you want to go with scanner class, we have to create object of scanner here. Scanner is equal to new scanner and connect to keyboard system.in. Now, see, whenever we are using scanner class, it's going with error. The red color line is error because scanner is a class belongs to which package? Java.util package. So what I should do? Above the class, we should write like this: import java.util.scanner. Then only we can use scanner class in our program. See, now there is no error here. Now to accept length value, since length is of type integer, by using scanner class object, which method we have to call? NextInt. See, when I say s dot, the list of methods will come in front of you. Select the method and press enter key. Then similar way, s dot nextInt to read breadth value. Now find area, int area equal to length into breadth. Then display the value of area. How to display? System.out.println the value of area. Now save the program. Now run the program. You can click on this run button. Then in console, the cursor is blinking. Means it is waiting for our input. Because we said s.nextInt, it is waiting for the input from user end. If I say 10, press enter key, 10 will go and store into length variable now. Again the cursor is blinking because it's waiting for breadth value. If I say 5, 5 will go and store into breadth and the value of area will become 50. So what it's going to print for us, see 50. Clear everyone? Right? So this data what you are entering, this only we call user input. Then is my program, whatever the program we have written, is our program user friendly?
Yeah, it is, sir.
It is. Check it here. When I run the program, the cursor is blinking in console. How the user knows what data the user has to enter? Simple. If you go to ATM machine, the screen is totally blank and the cursor is blinking. How can we know whether it is asking PIN number or amount? Difficult, right, to the user? So is my program user friendly now? No, this is not user friendly. Because by seeing the message only, user can know what data the user has to give, right? Agree with this?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right? So before we take the value into length and breadth, we have to give the message to the user what value the user has to enter. So we should not go with simple blank screens here. That is not good programming. So how to go with messages? Display the message using system.out.println and say the message here, enter length value. Similar way, before we take breadth value, go with the message, enter breadth value. Enter breadth value. Then while printing the value of area also, you go with the message, area of rectangle equal to double quotes and the joining symbol between message and variable is plus. Run the program. Now see, it's asking to say enter length value, I'll say 20, enter breadth value 10. Now it's going to print output as area of rectangle 200. So is my code user friendly now?
Yes.
Right? So how to make our code user friendly? Simple, by displaying messages to the user, what value the user has to enter. Then your program will become user friendly. Got it? Clear everyone? The need of going for scanner class?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Now let us go with one more example. Write a program to accept roll number, name and marks in 3 subjects. Sorry. Marks in 3 subjects. Then find the total and average. So how to find total? Adding up 3 marks. And how to find average? Total divided by 3 will give average. Why 3? Because of 3 subjects. Okay. Display roll number, name, total and average. Let me go with the program name as student.java. Open Eclipse. Now whenever we want to create new program, right click on project and say new class. Then I'm going with the name as student with main method. Now create object of scanner class to take the user input. Scanner is equal to new scanner and connect to keyboard. Now we are getting error. Now just keep mouse pointer on this error and you can see the options. When you keep mouse pointer near it, you can see the option import scanner from java.util. If you just click here, the respective import will happen here. Okay. Now go with the message to the user. Enter roll number. We'll say int roll number equal to s dot next. Now go with the message. Enter name. We'll say string name equal to s dot next. Based on the data type, call the method. That's it. Enter marks in 3 subjects. We'll say double. I'll go with double. Mark 1 equal to s dot next double. Double. Mark 2 equal to s dot next double. Double. Mark 3 equal to s dot next double. Based on the data type, call the methods. That's it. So the input is done now. Now we have to find total. Say now double total equal to add up 3 marks. Mark 1 plus mark 2 plus mark 3. Now find average. Double average equal to total by 3. So the process is also complete. This is our input. This is our process calculations. Now go with output. So any program you take, first we have to think of input, then we should go with the process, then output. Now display here. Roll number equal to the value of roll number. Name equal to the value of name. Total marks equal to the value of total. Average equal to the value of average. That's it. That completes our program. Now run it. So it is asking, see, roll number, we'll say 111, name and 3 marks, 55, 66 and 77. It's going to print output as roll number 111, name Raj, total marks 198 and average 66. Clear everyone? Any questions?
No questions, sir.
Right. Okay. Then wherever programs are stored, we are creating Java files, right? Rectangle.java, student.java, wherever files are stored. Let us see that. The folder structure. So we are working in D drive. We are working in D drive. Then 2022, the current year. Then Java Online 8. This is our batch number. And Java programs. This is the folder where I've created my project. So just to go to the folder where your project is present. Just to go to the folder where you have created the project. Then now in this my project, you can see SRC. Under SRC, you can find our Java files. So wherever .java files are stored, under your project SRC folder. Then under bin folder, you can see the .class files. Bin folder contains .class files. SRC folder contains .java files. Got it everyone? Wherever files are located on your operating system under project SRC folder. Now, let me go with the assignment. Write a program to find area of a circle. So in order to find area of a circle, what's the formula? Area equal to pi into radius, right? Pi r square. What is the formula? Pi r square. So what you do, take a variable pi and give the value as 3.14 because pi is not user input here. We should not accept the value of pi from user. The programmer should give value to this pi. So I'm giving value to pi as 3.14 and we apply the formula area equal to pi into radius. So what is the user input here? Only radius. We should accept only radius from user, give the pi value as 3.14 and apply the formula and print the value of area. Next, write a program to accept item number, item name, rate and quantity. Rate and quantity. Find the price. The formula is rate into quantity will go with price. Display item number, item name, and price. That's it. Then how to submit the assignments? How to submit the assignments? Very simple. Send the source code files to my email ID rajtrainings@gmail.com. So just to my email ID, send the source code files. And means you have to always go with new compose message like this. Don't reply to my documents and recordings mail when you are submitting assignments. Only when you are submitting assignments, don't reply to the mail where I have sent documents and recordings. Okay. So how to do it is, how to send assignment, just to go to your Gmail. Just to go to your Gmail. Then go with a new compose message. Go with what? New compose message. Always go with new compose message when you are submitting assignments. So in the to address, type my email ID. Then in the subject line, say assignment 1. In the subject line, say assignment 1 and simply attach the file. So wherever files are located, in my case, just to go to my project SRC folder. Go to my project SRC folder. Go to our folder here, Java Programs My Project SRC. Select the file and say select the files and say open and set it. That's it. So just to give assignment subject line as assignment 1 here. Okay. In the subject line, go with assignment 1. Like that, continue. Keep on sending the assignments. Right. So anyone having any questions?
No, Raj.
Right. So before we start the next class, if I get the assignments, I'm going to reply you. Okay. Right. So that's about for today. Tomorrow we'll be going with the new topic, control statements, where we discuss tomorrow if statement and switch statement. Both the things will complete in tomorrow's class. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Raj.
Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
So in the last class, we have seen about operators and we have seen about the control statements. Sorry, we have seen about the scanner class, right? And we have seen some examples using scanner class. Today, let us move to the next one, control statements. Let us go with control statements. Up to now, what are the programs we have written? Like rectangle program or student program or item program, every line of the code is getting executed. But now the objective is we want to execute some set of statements only when the condition is true. We want to execute some set of statements only when the condition is false. We want to execute some set of statements repeatedly for some number of times. That means we want to control the flow of execution of program. We want to control what? The flow of execution of program. In that case, go for this control statements. Hello, Prabsing. Hello, Prabsing. Are you able to hear me? Hello, Arsha.
Hi, Raj.
Yeah. So whenever we want to control the flow of execution of programs, we go for control statements. So you can see these statements are used to control the flow of execution of program. And we are in different types of control statements like if statement. We can even call it as if-else statement. Then switch statement, while loop, do while loop, for loop, break and continue. Break and continue. Hello, Prabh Singh. Hello, Prabh Singh. Hello, Sai Raghava.
Hello, Raj.
Yeah, hi. Right. So we are discussing today about control statements. So these statements are used to control the flow of execution of program. And these are the different types like if statement, switch statement, while loop, do while loop, for loop, break and continue. So today we'll be seeing about if statement and switch statement. So let us initially go with if statement or if-else statement. So let us initially go with if statement. The use of if statement is, it is used to check a condition, and if the condition is true, it is going to execute some set of statements. If the condition is false, it's going to execute the statements present in else part. You can see it is used to execute the set of statements when the condition is true. When the condition is true. If the condition is false, it will execute the set of statements. It will execute the set of statements present in else part. Let me elaborate with the syntax. We use a keyword if and we go with a condition here. We go with a condition. Now, just a second. Now, open and close curly braces. Then we go with the set of statements here. We go with what? Some set of statements like statement 1, statement 2, statement n, like this. Now, if the condition is false, it comes to else, and here we go with some set of statements like statement 1, statement 2, like that, statement n. So in this case, if the condition is true, if this condition is true, this set of statements will get executed. And if this condition is false, this set of statements will get executed. It will execute the statements present in else part. Now we are writing some points on if. Points on if statement. For if, else is optional. For if, else is what? Optional. Means when you write if, should we write else here compulsory syntactic elements? Optional. But for else, if is mandatory, compulsory. We cannot write else without if. If curly braces are not used. So what do you mean by curly brace? Here after if, you can see curly brace, after else also you can see curly brace. If curly braces are not used, then it considers only one statement. It considers what? Only one statement. Means for one statement, using curly brace is optional. So when you are having only one statement, using curly brace is what? Optional. Now, let us understand this with the example. If you take two numbers like n1 equal to 10 and n2 equal to 5. n1 is 10 and n2 is 5. Now out of these two numbers, we want to know which is big. Then we have to compare. How to compare? We have to go with the condition. So whenever we want to check condition, what keyword we have to use before? If. If n1 is greater than n2, then we'll say in SPOP big equal to the value of n1. Else means if the condition is false, we'll say in SPOP big equal to the value of n2. So in this case, what will be the output here? Since the condition is true, that is 10 greater than 5, the condition is true, then it will print big equal to the value of n1, which is in our case 10. Which is in our case 10 here. Hello, Ajat.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hi. So we are seeing about if statement here today. So what is the main use of if is? It is used to check a condition. If the condition is true, this set of statements will execute. Else, if the condition is false, this set of statements will execute. Like example, we have taken n1 as 10 and n2 as 5. Out of these two, we want to know big, then we'll compare like this. If n1 is greater than n2, then it will execute this line. So we get big as 10 here. Now, if you take the same example, if you make n2 as 15, 10 greater than 15 false. If the condition is false, it comes to else part and it will say big equal to the value of n2, which is what here? 15. So if the condition is true, these statements, false means these statements. And since there is only one statement under if or else, using curly brace is what? Optional. So for one statement, using curly brace is optional. Now, let us understand more of this if by going with some example programs. Write a program to check whether the given number is even or odd. When can you say a number is even?
If the remainder is 0.
If the remainder is
divisible by 2.
Yeah, when you divide the number by 2. When you divide the number by 2, okay, then we say the number is even, else odd. Okay, let us write this code. Even odd dot Java. Hello, Prabh. So right click on project and say new class even odd with main method. To accept the number, we have to create object of what? Scanner class. So create object of scanner s equal to new scanner. Connect to keyboard. Now, whenever we want to use scanner class, what we should do? We should write import, right? We have to use import. Import java.util.scanner. And the keyboard shortcut. The keyboard shortcut to import packages is Ctrl+Shift+O and press Enter key. So Ctrl+Shift+O is used to import the packages. Shortcut to import packages. What is that? Ctrl+Shift+O. Now accept the number from user. Go with the message. Enter a number. Enter a number. We'll say int n equal to s dot next. Now what is the task now? Whatever the number we are accepting, we should check whether it is even or odd. So when can we say the number is even? When you divide the number by 2. If you divide the number by 2 and if the remainder is 0, we say even. So to check that, we have to use the keyword if. Take the number and divide with 2. If the remainder is 0, we'll say the message even. Else, if the remainder is not 0, we'll go with the message odd. That's it. Like example, if you take the number as 4, what is 4 mod 2? 0. 0 equal to 0, yes, then we'll go with the message even. If you take the number as 5, what is 5 mod 2? 1. 1 equal to 0, no, we'll display the message odd here. Run this piece of code. Now we'll ask for the number. If you say 4, we'll get message even. If you run the code again, if you say 5, we'll get odd here. Right? Now, let us go with one more concept here. Nested if. Nested if. So what is nested if is if within if is called as nested if. When you want to check more number of conditions, we go for nested if. The syntax is we use a keyword if and we check a condition. Let me go with the number 1. If condition 1 is true, we'll execute some set of statements. If condition 1 is false, we'll come to else and we check one more condition here. If condition 2. If condition 2 is true, we'll execute some set of statements. If condition 2 is false, again we'll come to else and we can check one more condition. Like that, how many conditions we want to check, we can check here. We check condition 3. If condition 3 is true, we'll execute some set of statements. If condition 3 is false, we'll come to last else and we'll execute some set of statements. So when it comes to last else, when all conditions are false here. When all these 3 conditions are false, it will execute the statements present in last else. Now, let us understand this more with the example codes. Write a program to check whether the given number is positive, negative, or 0. So when can you say a number is positive?
If it's greater than 0.
Very good. If it is greater than 0, we say positive. Negative, less than 0. If it is not positive, not negative, directly we can say 0. Let us go with the code again. Check number dot Java. Open Eclipse. Right click on project and say new class. Check number with main method inside. Now create object of scanner. Scanner is equal to new scanner. Connect to keyboard. Now let us see one more way of importing scanner class now. Now, just to directly go with the message, enter a number. See now, I can pick n equal to. Observe now how the import will happen. When by using scanner class object, if you call any method of scanner class, see the respective import is happening automatically. So this is not only for scanner class. Any class you take in Java, and by using the object of the class, if you access any members of the class, the respective import will happen automatically for us. Now, after accepting the number, now we have to check whether that number is greater than 0. If the number is greater than 0, we'll go with the message positive. Else. Can we say negative directly? No. It may be 0 also. That's the reason again we have to check condition. If the number is less than 0, we'll go with the message negative. Else, if it is not positive, not negative, directly without comparing, we can say 0. That's it. Now, run the code. If you take the number as 5, it will go with message positive. If you run the code again, if you say -5, it will go with the message negative. If you run the code again, if you say 0, it will say 0 here. Right? Clear everyone? Any questions?
Nothing, sir. But the cursor is actually the starting line itself. So, is there anything that we can do to go the cursor to the entry position?
Entry position, cursor means screen is not visible properly.
No, not for this. Like when we execute the program, right? For example, enter a number, but still the cursor is just before the E. It's not coming down actually. So, but if we type it, it actually going down automatically. So,
Right.
is there a way
It automatically is. Nothing. We cannot do anything with it.
Oh, okay.
It will come automatically. In the same line, if you want to get, we'll say print. We have to use print here. So when we say print, it will be in the same line. When we use println, the cursor will go to new line. Okay. So like example, if I say here, enter a number, I'm using print here. Now if you run, see, the cursor will be in the same line now. The cursor will be in the same line. Got it? Print means same line, println means new line. Okay. Hello, Ujjwala. Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hi, Ujjwala. Yeah. Just to give me 2 minutes to everyone. Yeah. Hello, Ganpreet Singh.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, me fine, Ganpreet. So how are you, Ganpreet?
Good. Huh?
Right. Yeah. So we are waiting for you since some days.
Yes, actually. I was out of country. I just got back in the country yesterday.
Okay. So actually we have done with some basics part of Java. Just we are in the introduction of Java only. And we are just seeing about the programming concepts like if statement. So do you have some idea on this programming before?
Actually, I do. We were over a little bit basic, but other than that, I do not.
Okay, in your college days, you might have done, right?
I'm sorry?
Did you learn anything about programming in your college days?
I can barely hear you. You're breaking up.
Yeah. Did you work out on any programming language before?
No, I did not.
You're not having any idea? So actually we have done with some classes here. Like we have done with approximately 7 classes we have completed.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I can do is I can share the previous class recordings to you. You can go through this.
Okay.
The next however we are going to off because the classes will be Monday to Friday only. Okay. So next 2 days we'll have off. However, this week I'm going to take off on Monday also, as we got some requests from people due to this long weekend at US place. So we'll have 3 days off. You can work out on this previous class recordings, these 3 days. If you pull out something around 4 hours, you can complete totally.
Okay, sounds great. That would be great if you can send me all the records.
Next class, you will be ready to join the class very easily. You can able to understand very easily the next class. Okay, once you go through this.
Thank you so much.
What I'll do is I'll send one chat message to you in this GoToMeeting. In the GoToMeeting, I'll send one chat message.
Okay.
I've sent one chat message in GoToMeeting where you can see my email ID, rajtrainingshyd@gmail.com. Can you able to see the chat message?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just please make a note of that email ID right now. Take a screenshot or something, or you can make a note there. So you got it right. So to that, please send a testimonial to me once we complete the class today immediately. Then once I get your email ID, then I'll be taking care of sending all the previous recordings to you. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. Right. Yeah. Let's continue with the class.
Okay.
Sir, this is Udhi here. So the doubt was on the cursor is basically once we run the program, right? The cursor is still blinking the line number 1. If you see, it's not coming down, but if we enter, it actually goes down.
Yeah, if you click here, it will go down.
Yeah. So is there a way automatically comes down because it's actually blinking at the first line only?
Yeah. It automatically blinks there only.
Oh, okay. So okay, got it.
It's a given by Eclipse as it is like that.
Okay,
so
sir. Thank you.
Now, let us go with the next one. One more example. Write a program to find biggest of given 3 numbers. Write a program to find biggest of given 3 numbers. If you take 3 numbers like n1, n2, and n3. So when can we say n1 is big?
If it is greater than n2 and n3?
Right. If the n1 is greater than n2 and n3, we say n1 is big. So when can we say n2 is big? Same principle, right? If it is greater than n1 as well as n3. Now, if you know that n1 and n2 are not big, then can we say directly n3 is big?
Yes.
Yes, right? We can say n3 is big here. Now, let us write this code. big3.java. Open Eclipse. So right click on my project and say new class. big3 with main method inside. Now create object of scanner class. Scanner is equal to new scanner and connect to keyboard. Now go with the message, enter 3 numbers. Then we'll say int n1 equal to, by using scanner class object, when you call the method here next in, the respective import will happen automatically for us. Okay. Accept 3 numbers, n1, n2 equal to s dot nextInt, n3 equal to s dot nextInt. Now after accepting 3 numbers from user, we have to check whether n1 is big or not. How to check is, we have to write like this. If the value of n1 greater than n2, and how to join the conditions? This one, logical and we have to use. And if the value of n1 is greater than n3, means If n1 is greater than n2, as well as if n1 is greater than n3, then we'll say big as what? N1. So we'll go with message to the user, big equal to the value of n1. Else, understand carefully. Coming to else indicates n1 is not big. Agree with this point?
Correct, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. Yes, right. If n1 is big, it would have printed here only. So why you are coming to else? Because n1 is not big. So if n1 is not big, then only you are coming to else. That means we are left out with what? Only two numbers, n2 and n3. So just to compare here, like if n2 greater than n3, that's enough. You need not compare n2 with n1 again. Even if you compare, it's not a mistake. Even if you compare, it is not mistake, but not required at all. So if n2 greater than n3, we will say big equal to the value of n2. Then, even this is also false now. Even this condition also false. Means n1 is not big, n2 is also not big. Then directly without comparing, we can write here big equal to n3. The value of n3. Now, when you run, it will ask for 3 numbers. You can enter any 3 numbers. It is going to pull out the big value. Clear, everyone?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. I'll give some assignment at the end also today. If you do that assignment, you will be totally clear with if. Okay. The next. Let us go with the next one, switch statement. The use of switch statement is, it is used to choose an option. It is used to choose an option among the given set of options. It is used for what? To choose an option among the given set of options. Like example, when we go to ATM machine, you can see some options like withdraw, pin change, mini statement, like that. Out of that options, how many options can you choose at one time?
Only one?
Only one option, right? We can go with only one option. Right? So for such type of cases, we go for what? Switch statement. So we can say like it's mainly used for menu driven applications. It is mainly used for menu driven applications. Right? The syntax is, we use the keyword switch and we go with the expression. We use the keyword switch and we go with the expression. Then we go with the keyword case and option 1 colon. Then we go with the set of statements. We go with what? Set of statements. Once we execute the set of statements of option 1, if you don't want to go to the other options, we'll say break. Break is used to come out of switch. Similarly, case option 2 means if expression is matching with option 2, we'll execute some set of statements and we'll say break. Like that, case option 3, we'll execute set of statements under option 3 and we'll say break. Like that, we can go with some options here. Case option n, we'll go with some set of statements. Default, we'll go with some set of statements. Let me elaborate this. If expression is matching with option 1 value, we'll execute the set of statements under option 1 and we'll come out of switch using break. If expression is matching with option 2, we'll execute some set of statements under option 2, comes out using break. If expression is matching with option n, we'll execute some set of statements and we comes out of switch using break. Now, if expression is not matching with any one of the options, then we'll execute the statements present in default. So when it comes to default, when expression is not matching with any one of the options. Okay. Now, if break is not used, what is going to happen? If break is not used, what is going to happen is, let us suppose if expression is matching with option 1, it will execute the statements of option 1. Since no break, it will directly go to the statements of option 2. Since no break, it will even execute statements of option 3 when it sees break comes out. So what is going to happen? If no break, it will just go to the statements of other option until it sees break. Let me document these words. If expression is not matching with any one of the options, then it will execute the statements present in default. Okay. Should we write this default here compulsory means optional? Default is optional. Okay. Now should we write default only at the end, or can we write anywhere in between the cases? Means the answer is yes. So we can write default anywhere in between the options. Generally we write at the last, but it can be anywhere syntactically. So default can be anywhere in between the options. So generally we write default at the last. Now, what is the use of break? Break is used to come out of switch. If break is not used, then it will execute the statements present in other options. It will execute the statements present in other options until break. Now, one more point. Expression. What are the expression you have passed to switch? Expression should be of type integer. So the expression should be of what data type? Integer. We can even pass byte or short or character because of implicit casting. Because of implicit casting, these data types are also allowed as expression in switch statement. Very important point. From Java 7 version, expression can be of type string. From Java 7, expression can be even what type? String type. Like example, if we take a string fruit equal to some apple, then we can say now switch off fruit. So this is possible from Java 7 version onwards. Now we can say case apple, go with some message, apple, break. Case mango, go with some message mango, like this. So this is possible from Java 7 version. Now let us understand more of this using the example code. So today we go with a basic example on switch, and in the next class in loops I'll be taking some realistic example. Let us go with one basic example today. Write a program to accept two numbers and display the following options. Means menu. The options are like 1, add, 2, subtract, 3, multiply, 4, divide. The display result based on the user choice. Means if you take number 1 as 10, number 2 as 5, and if my choice is 1, then what is the value of result here? If my two numbers are 10 and 5, and if my choice is 1 means add, then what is the value of result here?
15.
15, right? We should add the two numbers. Now, if my two numbers are 10 and 5, and if my choice is 3, then what is the value of result?
50.
2.
Okay. Yeah. If my two numbers are 10 and 5, and if my choice is 8, So do you have an option 8 here? So do you have any option like 8? No. So we have to go with the message invalid choice. We have to display what message to the user? Invalid choice. So this is the task we need to do. Since it is a menu driven application, we go for switch statement. Let us write the code. Calculator.check. Right click on my project and say new class. Calculator with main method. Now, create object of scanner. Connect to keyboard. Go with the message, enter 2 numbers. Enter 2 numbers, will say int n1 equal to s dot next int, int n2 equal to s dot next int. After accepting 2 numbers, we have to display menu to the user. We should display menu to the user. Without displaying menu, the user won't have idea what option to choose. So go with the message to the user. 1 indicates add. 2 means subtract. 3 means multiply. 4 divide. Right? Now, after displaying this menu options to the user, now we should ask the user to enter choice. So go with the message, enter your choice. We'll say int ch equal to s dot next int. So whatever the user is entering, like 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, that value will come and store into ch variable. Now check what is the value of ch, like this. Switch off ch. Case 1. Case 1 means if the value of ch is 1 means add, we'll say result equal to n1 plus n2 break. After adding, we don't want to go to other options. We'll say result equal to n1 plus n2 and say break. So declare the variable result here. So before we use any variable, we have to declare it. Now, case 2. What is case 2? Subtract. So we'll say result equal to n1 minus n2 break. Case 3. Result equal to n1 into n2. n1 into n2 break. Case 4. Result equal to n1 by n2 break. Right? So based on the option, like if it is addition, we are adding 2 numbers. Subtract means we are subtracting 2 numbers. Multiply means multiplying. Divide means dividing. Now default means if the user enter any other option like 1 to 4, any other value, then we'll go with the message to the user, invalid choice. Invalid choice. Then now once we come out of switch, display the value of result here. That's it. Now observe one thing properly. In line number 24, under result variable, are you getting a error, a compile time error?
Yes, sir.
Yes, right. We are getting error. The reason is if my choice is 8, will these cases gets executed now? No. If it is not getting executed, when it comes to this line, what value of result it has to print? So we did not give any value to result. That's the reason it is showing error. See the error message? The local variable result may not have been initialized. So I've given one point, whenever we declare any local variable, if there is no value to local variable, and if I'm trying to use it, it will go with what? Error. So initialize the local variable. So how to identify local variable? If you declare a variable inside method, they are local variables. Yes, Sudhi?
I'm just reminding the default value applies only for class, not
right.
for the methods.
The default value for data members of class, not for local variables. Right. Now, let us run the program. enter two numbers 10 and 5. So it will display the menu to us. 1 means add, 2 subtract, 3 multiply, 4 divide. If I say 1, the value of result is 15. If you run the program again, if you take 10 and 5, if I say 3, it's going to display product, that is result is 15. If you run the program again, if you take 10 and 5, and if I go with option 8, it will go with message invalid choice. And see displaying result also. Understand carefully. Once we display invalid choice, I don't want to display result value. Once we go with the message invalid choice, we don't want to display this message. Then the solution is, once we display invalid choice, I don't want to continue with the remaining piece of code. So when you don't want to continue with the remaining piece of code, in Java, we use a class system. In Java, we use a class system with a method exit and pass any integer value. This exit method is used to come out of program. It's going to come out of program here. Now see, when you run, if I go with the two numbers 10 and 5, even my choice is 8, it will just go with message invalid choice. Now, let me remove break here. I'm removing break. Then my two numbers are 10 and 5. My two numbers are 10 and 5, and my choice is 1. Then what is the output of this program? What is the value of result it's going to print here?
10?
No. My two numbers are 10 and 5. And choice is 1.
Oh,
Then,
okay. It goes to the case 4. 2 divided by 5.
What is the value of result?
1.
Come on, simple mathematics. 10 by 5.
2.
10 by
2,
right? 10 by 5. 2. So the output of this program is what here? 2. So even though you are giving two numbers like 10 and 5, and even my option is 1, we get result as 2 here. Let me explain how it is coming to. So here we are having the result variable whose initial value is 0. Now, our two numbers are 10 and 5, and the choice is 1. Then comes to case 1. So when it comes to case 1, what is the value of result will become now 15. But are you doing any print operation? No. And since there is no break here, it will even come to case 2, the value of result will become now 5. Since no break, it will even come to case 3, the value of result will become 50. Since no break, it will come to case 4, the value of result will become now 2. Then cease break comes out and prints the value of result as per here. Clear everyone? If no break, what is going to happen? It will just go to the statements of other options until it says break here. Clear everyone? Any questions?
Yeah, it seems like it's ignoring all the values, but it's actually executing each one of them, and then it's breaking on case 4.
So because we did not use break, so this program is logically incorrect. This is wrong program. Got it? So we should use break after every case. Because once we execute one statement, we don't want to go to other options. So we have to use break over here to get the correct results. Now, so I'll be taking one more good example on switch in the next class. Let me go with the assignment. Write a program to check whether the given age is major or minor. So when can we say age is major? If it is greater than or equal to 18, we'll say major, else minor. Then, if the given age is less than 0, means negative value, then display invalid age. If I go with the age as negative, then display invalid age. Next one. Write a program to find biggest of given 3 numbers using conditional operator. I've shown how to do with if. Same program you should do with conditional operator. Write a program to accept item number, item name, rate and quantity. Find the price. What's the formula? Rate into quantity will give price. Okay. So this task I have given yesterday. Now, but we are going to add some more things here. Calculate discount as follows. How to calculate discount is, if the value of price what you got, if it is greater than or equal to 1000 and less than 2000, greater than or equal to 1000 and less than 2000, then discount is 10% on price. How much discount? 10% on price. Then how will you write in the program here? How to write in the program is, if price greater than or equal to 1000 and means this symbol we have to use, and once again you have to say price less than 2000, then discount is 10%, means 10 by 100. 10 by 100 means 0.10. So how to write here? Discount equal to 0.10 into price. So this condition we have to convert syntactically in the program like this. If price greater than or equal to 2000 and less than 3000, discount is 15% on price. If price greater than or equal to 3000 and less than 5000, discount is 20% on price. If price greater than or equal to 5000, then the maximum discount is 25%. After 5000, whatever it may be, we get maximum discount 25%. Then calculate net price. So what's the formula for net price? Price minus discount will give net price. Then display item number, item name, price, discount, and net price. These values we should display back onto the screen again. Got it, everyone? The task. So if you are doing this one, means you are good with if. Write a program to check whether the given character is a vowel or consonant. So we have to check whether given character is vowel or consonant. So for this, use switch statement. Make use of switch, right? So that's about the assignment. Then in the next class, I'll be going with the next topic, loops, where I discuss while loop and do while loop. And before we close for today, a small note to everyone: no class on Monday. No class on Monday. That is 30th of May at 7 p.m. IST. Okay, so you are getting 3 continuous days off. Please practice. Please pull out some time to practice all these things. Okay, and coming to Gaganpreet. Hello, Gaganpreet. Yeah. So for your information, as you are new today, so the classes will be Monday to Friday. Okay, the classes will be Monday to Friday at 7 p.m. IST. At 7 p.m. IST, and the class will go for maximum 1 hour. Maximum 1 hour. Okay, right? So only this Monday we are taking off. This Monday we are taking off. So you'll have 3 days continuous off. So try to pull out something around 4 hours. You can complete all the videos, and you will be ready for next class very easily. Okay.
I can do that.
Any you can always ask me in the class. Okay, in the next class.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah, and please don't forget, please send the test mail, okay?
Yes, I will.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm having this mail ID now, rajtrainingshpd@gmail.com. So to this email ID, please send a test mail right now only, okay?
Okay, sounds great. I will do it right now.
Yeah, right. So thank you all. Thank you very much and happy weekend. Thank you all.
Thank
Have a
you.
great week.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Happy weekend. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
So in the last class, we are discussing about control statements, and we have seen about if statement and switch statement. So today, let us move to the next part, loops. So the main use of going for loops is whenever we want to execute the set of statements repeatedly, we make use of loops. You can see loops are used to execute the set of statements repeatedly when the condition is true. When the condition is true. And we are in three types of loops. They are while loop, do while loop, and for loop. So today we'll go with while loop and do while loop, and in tomorrow's class we'll go with for loop. With that we close basics for tomorrow. Let us initially go with while loop. The syntax of while loop is we use a keyword while and we check a condition. We use a keyword while and we go with the condition. Okay. We go with the set of statements like statement 1, statement 2, like that, statement n. Okay. So when the condition is true, this set of statements will get executed and again goes back and checks the condition. Again, if the condition is true, these statements will get executed. Like that, it will be keep on repeating, executing the statements, and when the condition becomes false, comes out of loop. And same syntax rule. If no curly braces, then it considers only one statement. If no curly braces, then it considers only one statement. Yeah, just a minute. Yeah, so I'm back here. So what is this point? If no curly braces, then it considers only one statement. Now, let us go with an example. We want to print the numbers from 1 to 10. We want to print the numbers from 1 to 10. Then how to write is, we initially take the variable I, whose value is 1. Now we'll print the value of I. What's the value of I? It's going to print here 1. Now the next number what we want to print is 2. So how to make I value 2? Just by using the increment operator I++. Then, so when you say I++, I will become 2. Then we again print the value of I, which is going to print 2. Again I++3, print 3. Like that it repeats. Since we want to repeat these two statements, we'll keep these statements inside the loop here. We'll keep the statements inside the loop. Then, so when we go for loop, we have to go with a condition. So what is the condition? Since we want to print up to 10, so we'll write here I less than or equal to 10. So let me recap it. First I is 1. 1 less than or equal to 10, S. Then SOP I, so which is going to print 1. Again I plus plus, I will become now 2. 2 less than or equal to 10, S. Again S copy I, which is going to print 2. Again I plus plus 3. 3 less than or equal to 10, S. It's going to print 3. Like that 9. 9 plus plus 10. 10 less than or equal to 10, S. Then it's going to print 10. Again I plus plus 11. 11 less than or equal to 10, false, then comes out. So when I value becomes more than 10, that is 11, it comes out of loop, then it becomes false. Now, a small question. If you want to print 1 to 100, what changes we need to do in this loop? What changes we have to do? Simple, right? I less than or equal to 100. Simply we have to replace 10 with what here? 100. A small change. Now, let us go with some example programs here. Write a program to display even numbers from 1 to 100. So what are even numbers? The numbers which are divisible by 2 are even numbers. So the output should come like this: 2, 4, 6, 8, like that, 98, 100. Okay. Now, let us write the code. Open Eclipse. Let me close all the previous files. Now, whenever we want to create new file, right click on project and say new class. Go with the name even with main method inside. Now, so for this program, we don't require any scanner class because there is no input from user. When we run the program, directly it should display the even numbers. So we'll take the variable I equal to 1 initially. Then we'll say while I less than or equal to 100. Then I plus plus. So the loop repeats for how many times? 100 times. Now where the number is present in I variable. Now we have to check whether that I is divisible by 2 or not. How to check? If the value of I, when you divide with the 2, if the remainder is 0, that indicates I is even. Then print that value. So system dot print the value of I. So the meaning of print is same line. Print means same line. Println means new line. Let me explain the output here. How the output will come is, first I is what here? 1. 1 less than or equal to 100, S comes here. 1 mod to equal to 0, no. The condition is false. So this statement will not get executed. It will come to I plus plus. I will become now 2. Then goes back to the condition. 2 less than or equal to 100, S. Then 2 mod equal to 0, S. Now the condition is true. Then it's going to print I value, which is 2. Then control comes to I plus plus. I will become now 3. 3 less than or equal to 100, S. 3 mod equal to 0, no. So no print operation. It will go to I plus plus. I will become now 4. 4 less than or equal to 100, S. 4 mod equal to 0, S. Then it's going to print I value, which is 4. Like that, it repeats. 98, 100. So when I value becomes 101, 101 less than or equal to 100, false, then comes out of loop. See here. Now when you run, we get numbers from 1 to 100. So here we are getting even numbers from 1 to 100. But is it readable output here? No. Because the values are not separated here. So the output is not readable. And when you use a print, it will be same line. It will be same line. Now I want to add a separator here like space. How to add space here? Just go with the concatenation symbol place and have a space between the values. Now we get space. between the values. Now see here, when you run, we get space between the values. Now, if you want to separate these values by comma, then what is the solution? Can anyone say? We want to separate these values by comma.
Use the concatenation symbol with double quotes and comma within the quotes.
Right. Yeah, within double quotes, what we should do, just we should add here comma. So whatever we keep it in double quotes, that will get printed. Now see, when you run, the values are separated by comma. And the problem is, for the last value, for even after 100, we get comma here, which is not good. Okay. So now it is task for you. Now it is task for you. Display even numbers separated by comma, but the comma should not come after last value. So that is a task for you. You need not submit this back to me. Just you can browse in Google also, no worries. You can browse in Google also to get the solution and try to find the solution, but you need not submit back to me. Okay. Now, if I want to display odd numbers, what changes we need to do in this code?
So on the if statement, we will say it's not equal to 0.
That's it. Here just we have to say what here, not equal to 0 or equal to 1. Anything is fine. So when you say not equal to 0, then we get odd numbers from 1 to 100 here, right? Let us go with one more example. Write a program to find sum of given 10 numbers. So we are going to accept 10 numbers from user and we want to find the sum of those 10 numbers. Now, let me get the logic from you only. I'm going to give 5 numbers to you. I'm going to give 5 numbers. At the end of 5 numbers, you say the sum of it. And don't write the numbers anywhere. You should not write numbers anywhere. My first number is 5. Second number 8. Third number 6. Fourth number 4. Fifth number 7. What is the sum? I'm repeating the
30.
numbers. 30, right, very good. So the sum is 30 here. Now, let me get the logic here. So what you have done, when I said 5, you remembered 5. When I said 8, what you have done, you have taken that 8 and added to previous 5. Now you remembered 13. Right? There. Now when I said 6, you have taken the new number 6, added to the previous sum 13. Now you remember the latest sum 19. When I said 4, you have taken the new number 4, added to previous sum 19 and remember the latest sum 23. When I said 7, you have taken new number 7, added to 23 and remember the latest sum 30. Did you do the same process? Yes, right? We do the same. So get the logic now. Whatever the number I'm giving, if n is my given number, whatever the number we are giving, take that number, add it to previous sum, put the result back again into sum here. Whatever the new number we are giving, add it to previous sum, put the result back again into sum. We remember the latest sum. Now, when we have taken the first number as 5, what is the initial value of sum should be here? Initial value of sum should be 0. So this is the logic of any sum program. What is the logic of sum programs? Take a variable sum as and initialize the value to 0. And whatever the number we are accepting, add it to previous sum, put the result back again into sum. So this is the logic of all sum programs. Now, let us write the code of this. Let us write the code. Sum10 dot right click on project and say new class sum10 with main method. Now create object of scanner, connect to keyboard, import the package, take the variables like number I equal to 1. I acts like a counter to ensure that the loop repeats for 10 times, and take a variable sum. Initial value of sum should be 0. Now take the loop while I less than or equal to 10. Why 10 here? Because we want to go with 10 numbers. If you want to go with 100 numbers, replace 10 with 100. That's it. But the logic will remain same. I plus. So the loop repeats for how many times? 10 times. Now inside the loop, accept the number. Go with the message. Enter a number. We'll say n equal to s dot next. Now, what are the number we are accepting? Take that number, add it to the previous sum, put the result back again into sum. That's it. This is the logic of all sum programs. What is the logic? Take a variable sum as 0. What are the number we are accepting? Take that number, add it to previous sum, put the result back again into sum here. Then say I plus plus. Then once we come out of loop, print the value of I. Sorry, print the value of sum here. Sum equal to the value of sum. That's it. Now, let me explain this. First, I is what? 1 here. Sum is 0. Comes to condition. 1 less than or equal to 10, S. It will ask for a number. We'll say the number as 5. Now comes here. Sum equal to sum plus n. So what's the value of sum is now? Sum equal to 0 plus 5, which will become 5. Then I plus plus. What's the value of I now? I equal to
2.
I equal to 2. Then I plus comes here. 2 less than or equal to 10, S. Again it will ask for a number. We'll say now 8. Take the new number 8. Add it to previous sum 5. Now the sum will become 30. Again I plus plus. I will become now 3. 3 less than or equal to 10, S. Again ask for a number. We'll say now 6. Take the new number 6. Add it to previous sum 13. Now the sum will become 19. Like that loop repeats. When I value becomes 11, 11 less than or equal to 10 false, comes out of loop and prints a value presenting some variable. Right? Let me run this. So it will ask for the number. I'll say 5, 8, 6, 4, 7. Up to now the sum is 30. Let me repeat same numbers. 5, 8, 6, 4, 7. Now the sum should be 60. 30 plus 30, 60. So any questions, anyone up to here? No. Let us go with one more example. Write a program to find biggest of given 10 numbers. So let me get the logic from you again. My first number is 5. So which is big? So we'll say 5 is big because there is no other number to compare. Then next number 8, which is big?
8.
8. Next number 6, which is big?
8.
8. Next number 12, which is big?
12.
12. Next number 10, which is big?
12.
12. Right? So what you are doing, whatever the new number I'm giving, you are checking whether this number is greater than previous big or not. Whatever the number I'm giving, you are checking whether it is greater than previous big. If it is greater, make that number as big here. Make this number as what here? Big here. Right? So whatever the number we are giving, checking whether it is greater than previous big. If it is greater, make that number as bigger. So this is the logic of all big programs. Let us go with the code. Big 10. Java. Right click on project and say new class Big 10 with main method. Now import scanner, create object of scanner, connect to keyboard, go with the variables like n, I is 1 like counter, and initial value of big we are taking it as 0. Now take the loop while I less than or equal to 10 and I plus plus. The loop repeats for 10 times. Now inside the loop, accept the number. Go with the message, enter a number. We'll say n equal to s dot next. After accepting the number, we have to check whether it is greater than previous big. How to check? If our given number is greater than previous big, make your number as big. That's it. So this is the logic of big program. Like that, it will repeat for 10 times. Once we come out of loop, just to print the value of big here. The value present in big. Let me elaborate. First, I is 1, big is 0. Comes here. 1 less than or equal to 10, s. It will ask for a number. We'll see the number as 5. 5 greater than 0, s. Then that 5 will go and store into big. So the value of big will become now 5. Then I plus plus. I will become now 2. 2 less than or equal to 10, s. It will ask for a number. We'll say now 8. 8 greater than 5, s. Then that 8 will come and store into big. Then again I plus plus. I will become now 3. 3 less than or equal to 10, s. It will ask for a number. We'll say now 6. 6 greater than 8, no. So no change to big. Big will still remain 8 only. Like that loop repeats. When a value becomes 11, 11 less than or equal to 10 false comes out of loop. And once we come out of loop, the value present in big will get printed here. Right? So you have to remember these logics. Big, some logic, big logic, small logic. All these logics we should remember. When you're done, go with some numbers. Out of this, it's going to pull out the biggest value. Now, let us go with the next one, do while loop. The syntax of do while loop is we use a keyword do and we go with a set of statements like statement 1, statement 2, like that, statement n. Here at the end, we'll check the condition. If you observe, in the case of while loop, the condition is checked before the statements, but in case of do while, the condition is checked after the statements. And same syntax rule, if no curly braces, then it considers only one statement. Right? And what's the difference between while loop and do while loop? In case of while loop, the condition is checked before the statements, whereas in case of do while loop, the condition is checked after the statements. Right? So what is the need? In what situation we go with the do while loop? That also we'll discuss. Like simple example. If we want to display from 1 to 10, we want to display the numbers from 1 to 10, then initially we'll take variable I equal to 1, then we'll say do, and we print the value of 5. Same like while loop. Then to go to the next number, I plus plus. But here we'll check the condition after the statements when I is less than or equal to 10. Now let us understand programmatically in what situation we prefer to use do while loop over while. So for this, let us go with the program. Like write a program, something realistic application now. Write a program to accept the current balance. It's a banking application. write a program to accept the current balance and display the following options. Means menu. The options are like 1, deposit. So when we choose the option 1, deposit, it should ask for the amount to deposit and that amount should be added to the current balance. 2, withdraw. When we choose the option withdraw, it should ask for the amount to withdraw and that amount should get subtracted from current balance. 3, display balance, should display the current balance. 4, exit, means should come out of application. And the point is, the menu should display repeatedly until the user chooses exit. Until the user chooses this exit option, the menu should get displayed repeatedly. Since we want to display the menu repeatedly, we have to keep this menu inside the loop. Whether to use while loop or do while, we'll discuss. Okay. Then, since it is a menu-driven application, for menu-driven application, which control statement do we need to use?
Switch.
Switch. Very good. We go for switch statement. Let us write the code. Let me go with the name as bank.java. Open Eclipse. Right click on project and say new class. Go with the name as bank. Main method. Now, import scanner. Create object of scanner. Connect to keyboard. System dot. Now go with the variables like balance, the amount which you want to deposit or withdraw, and user choice. Now let us first of all accept the current balance. So go with the message to the user, enter current balance. We'll say balance equal to s.next. After accepting the balance, we should display the menu to the user. Since we want to repeat the menu, we have to keep it inside the loop. So let me consider this curly braces loop here. Consider this curly braces loop. We'll discuss whether to go for while loop or do while. We'll discuss. Now, inside the loop, display the menu. 1, deposit. 2, withdraw. 3, display balance. 4, exit. Now, after displaying the menu to the user, ask the user to enter the choice. So we'll go with the message, enter your choice. Enter your choice, we'll say ch equal to s.next. Now, after accepting choice, so for this application, what is the condition? When choice value, when the user enters choice value as 4 means exit, I should come out of loop. So if I use while loop, how the condition should be? While choice not equal to 4. When choice not equal to 4 means this one exit. So if it is not equal to 4, I should repeat the menu. If choice value what you have entered is 4 means exit, I should come out of loop. Now observe here. When we use while loop, can you see the compile time error? In line number 8, can you see the compile time error when we go for while loop?
Yes.
Yes, right? Because did we accept choice value outside of loop here? No. Did we accept this choice value outside of loop? No. Where you are accepting choice value, this value, where you are accepting inside the loop statements. So when you are accepting the value of condition, this is our condition for this example. So when you are accepting the value of condition inside the loop statements, then it is suggested to use which loop? Do while loop. So in this case, we have to go for what? Do while loop. And here we'll say ch not equal to 4. Now see, you won't get any error because we are accepting this condition value inside the loop statements. After that only you are checking condition. Now we won't get any error. So when to think of do while loop? Simple answer. When the value of condition is accepted inside the loop statements, then it is suggested to use do while loop. Now, let us go with the application now. Now check it here. Switch off CH. Case 1. What is case 1? Deposit. What is case 1? Deposit. So when we choose option deposit, ask for the amount to deposit. So go with the message. Enter amount to deposit. Then we'll say amount equal to s dot next. So what is the formula for a deposit? Whatever the amount we are giving, add it to the balance. Balance equal to balance plus amount. That's it. And once we do the deposit operation, we don't want to go to other option, means say break. There. Case 2. What is case 2? Withdraw. So ask for the amount to withdraw. Enter amount to withdraw. There. We'll store it into amount variable, amount equal to s dot next. Now, can we withdraw the amount more than balance?
No.
All right, we cannot withdraw the amount more than balance. So we have to check it here. If the amount what you have entered, if it is greater than balance, the amount what you have entered, if it is greater than balance, then we have to display the message to the user insufficient balance. Else means if the amount is less than balance, the what's the formula? Balance equal to balance minus amount. That's the break. Case 3. What is case 3? Display balance. Just to go with the message, current balance equal to the value of balance. Break. Case 4. What is case 4? Exit here. So go with the message to the user. Thank you for banking. And say break. There. Now, if the user enters any other option other than 1 to 4, then it goes to default. Then in default, we'll go with the message invalid choice. What happened? So if the user enters any other option other than 1 to 4, we'll go with the message invalid choice. That's it. Now, run the application. That will ask for the current balance. I'll say no, 12,000. Then the menu will display. 1 means deposit, 2 withdraw, 3 display balance, 4 exit. Now we'll go with the option 1. 1 means what here? Deposit. We'll ask for the amount to deposit. I'll say 8,000. Now the menu will come back. Now if I choose option 3 means display balance, what will be the balance now?
$20,000.
Right. The balance is now 20,000. Current balance is 20,000. Now let us go with the option 2, means withdraw. We want to withdraw 25,000. Is it possible?
No.
No, right?
No.
So we get the message insufficient balance. We get message what's the insufficient balance. There. Now let us go with the option again 2. Then it will ask for the amount to withdraw. We'll say now 15,000. Now what will be the balance now? 20,000 minus 15,000, 5,000. If I go with option 8, it will go with the message invalid choice. And if I go with option 4, it will come out of application by going with the message thank you for banking. Now the menu will not get repeated here. Okay. So what is the conclusion here? When to think of do while loop? If the value of condition is known in the loop statements, if the value of condition is known in the loop statements, then it is suggested to use do while loop. It is suggested to use what loop? Do while loop. Right? So anyone having any questions up to here? Someone has sent the mail tech.
Yeah, I sent it, sir.
Yeah, this one, Prabsing, you only asked for question 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah, question 2. So the question 2 is like the biggest of 3 numbers, right? Prabsing?
Yes. Using the ternary.
Yeah, using conditional operator. Yeah, using conditional operator. Yeah. This one, Ajat, I'll check your assignments and get back to you. Okay.
Okay, sir. I have a problem. Like, I did not get the discount one properly.
Yeah,
I
I'll
think.
check it and I'll discuss in the class tomorrow. What is
Okay.
your problem?
Thank you.
So let me come back to this. So many people will face this problem, like the biggest of given 3 numbers using conditional operator. Using conditional operator, which is question mark. So how to do is very simple. I'm writing the logic directly. So if you take 3 numbers like n1, n2, n3, then how to go with biggest? We have to check whether n1 is greater than n2 as well as n3. How to check? If n1 is greater than n2 and if n1 is greater than n3. Here only we can join conditions. If n1 greater than n2 and even n1 greater than n3, then n1 is big. Then say your question mark, send that n1 to big. Else. So if this condition is true, n1 will go and store into big value, big variable. Now if the condition is false means this is else symbol. Then we have to compare with what now? n2 with n3. If n2 greater than n3, if this condition is true, then n2 value will go and store into big, else n3 will go and store into big. So I can check the conditions like this. I can use question marks multiple times here, like it is nested if. So if this condition is true, n1 value will go and store into big. If this condition is false, it will go to this else part and checks the condition again. If n2 greater than n3, n2 value will go and store into big, else n3 value will go and store into big here. Just to print the value of big here. That's it. So this is the logic of big program using conditional operator. Got it, everyone?
Yes. So N1 is the statement, right?
Right.
After the question mark.
Right. After question mark, this is expression 1 colon expression 2. So expression 2 can be again a condition also. It can be again a condition. Right?
Oh.
Now, let me go with the assignment for you. Write a program to find sum of even numbers and odd numbers from 1 to 100. So for this, we should take two sum variables here. Int sum even equal to 0, sum odd equal to 0. If the number is even, add it to sum even variable. If the number is odd, add it to sum odd variable. Write a program to find smallest of given 10 numbers. Have shown how to do biggest, try to do smallest. Write a program to find sum of digits of a given number. Meaning, if you take the number as 1, 2, 3, 4, I should pull out one digit and add it here. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, which results to what here? 10 here. So first of all, how to pull out the digits here? How to pull out the digit is from the number. When you take a number and if you divide the number by 10, if you divide any number by 10, the quotient is 123. Here 1230. The remainder is what here? 4. The remainder is what here? 4. Right? So how to pull out? When you divide any number by 10, the last digit will be your remainder. Take that remainder and add it to sum. Now make your number as your quotient. The quotient will become number here. Again divide this number by 10. Again we get the next remainder as 3. Add it to sum. Like that we have to repeat. So we have to just go reverse way. 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. We get the sum as 10 here. So try to work out. And if you are unable to do, no worries. However, we'll discuss the solutions in our class again. Right? Then in tomorrow's class, we'll go with the remaining part of basics where I'm going to discuss for loop. Right? Thank you all. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow with for loop. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
So in the last class, we have seen about while loop and do while loop. Today, let us go with the remaining part of basics where we discuss for loop today.